Peace and blessings, everyone. Hold on, let me check my mic level. Check the mic, check the mic. All right, the mic is kind of loud. All right, check the mic, check the mic. All right, come back to y'all. Mic is kind of loud. All right, hold on, get myself together, get your life together. All right, may the Most High cover and bless you all. All right, now let me go to the comments. All right. Shout to Victorious Yaron. Everybody in the comments. All right. All right. Sorry, I can't see everybody in the comments so far. All right, let's get started. Let's get started. Um, Hopefully y'all all had a blessed day this day. I apologize for starting so late. Had a rough one. Been here since yesterday's Bible study. Went to rest to lay down at about 8:30, 8:38 tonight from yesterday's Bible study. Yeah, the whole time. Yeah, so that means it was one of those. So I did happen to get about 25 to 20, 30 minutes of sleep. So I'm praise y'all for that. All right, let's get started. Tonight's lesson, very, very important topic. There's a lot going on in the world. Oh, I'm little on the screen. Hold on, let me make myself bigger. All right. I'm little. Let me put my brothers and sisters. Once I get big, now I got to make sure I look. My head. I make sure I look presentable. Tonight there's a lot going on the world stage, right? So I know y'all seen a lot of the news and info going on. But as I always try to do, I try to bring you some extra info that's not, all over the news or that you might not know of. All right. Tonight's topic is Canada, uh, China, Somalia versus the USA, um, war, chaos, invasion. Very interesting statement. Shout out to our ministry ministers out there in Canada. Everybody, you have to be very diligent of where you at, what country you live in, and what your country's leaders are doing in this time. This is a prophetic time. Shout out to Brother Creedell. This is a Shemitic, a prophetic time that we all living under. Ahana Yah out there that that there the Safariyat that they call the Bible says there will be wars and rumors of wars, right? We're living in the wars and rumors of wars. Now, um, as some are trying to discern, um, because these kingdoms or empires are kingdoms of the serpents, right? And we know that they're all going to fall at the end, right? But um, but sorry guys, I'm getting my stuff together for the study. But so you have to be very diligent and be very mindful of where your kingdom or your president or something, what your country is doing, because what they're doing determines your fate as well, right? So Canada is making a move. Now, it's a very key thing because Canada is one of the United States allies. Um, and they have made a move which unprecedented, which puts the United States border in jeopardy. So with that act, there's these countries, they're like declaring moves on the chessboard, right? Remember, the world is a game of chess, right? And it's a prison planet, not a peace planet. But just like in politics, where they're like two barrels of the same shotgun, right? That's what politics is. People think, you say two wings of the same bird, or I like to say two barrels of the same shotgun. And wherever the shotgun points, that's where it shoots. So whether it's the shotgun shell on the left or the right, we think they're separate, but it's one gun. All right? And that's how these these players on the world stage are playing. They can make us think that they're all against one another. I'm just thinking. I could be wrong. I'm just a person, just an elder, got a little wisdom with me from experience, um, from being on this earth for so long and surviving so many different decades on this dark planet. Um, but my wisdom always it discerns me to say that they're they're what you call it, they're allegiant, even though they make you think they're warring against. Right now, they're vying for position, who's going to be the head of this new order. And it's interesting what I'm about to show y'all. So I'm not speaking on my own accord. I'm about to show y'all a clip. And this president of this country said what I be saying and just said, the exact words. And that's intentional. Whatever these nation states do, these things are intentional. All right. So, all right. So it's going to be a very, very, very good lesson tonight. All right. Let's get to it. We used to call it two horns on the same bull. I know that's right. Two horns on one bull. That's a good one too, Tom and y'all, because it's Baphomet, right? That's definitely a good one. You know, the ancient bull. That's with the dragon and the serpent. They, and the bull. These are ancient principalities from old times, from all cultures and nations. Let me invite my brothers and sisters. Invite guests. Copy. We about to get right into it. Copied. Then I come back, go to the chat, Control V, enter. Y'all should learn something y'all didn't know tonight. And so let's go. There come my brothers and sisters coming in. So let me go to share screen. Bang, share, window. Let me see this one. Share this one first. Share. Shalom, Elder. Shalom, Elder Tommy. Yeah. All right. Peace and blessings, everybody worldwide. All right. Hold on. Get the thumbnail correct. All right. And let's get this party started. Let's get this started. Very, very important lesson. Very, very important. There's a lot of news going on, and I try to bring you exclusive clips, exclusive news, exclusive things that you might not have saw before. This is the thumbnail. This just turned ugly. Now, it's very important. That's the reason why I titled this on the thumbnail is because something real ugly happened, and I'm going to show it. I'm going to show the video. All right? Most of y'all might not have known it. Something very ugly happened, and it involves Canada, China, and America. All right? This just turned ugly. Yeah, it did. All right, let's go. Everybody, tonight, we're going to speak on something that's, these different things are happening all at once, right? We have NATO, the European Union, coming out against America, trying to defend Denmark and Greenland. You have China and Russia conglomerate in their BRICS coming, trying to get Greenland, coming against America. Now you got Canada. I'm not sure what Canada's doing, but it looked like it's coming against America. Y'all gonna decide. I'm gonna show a clip and y'all decide for yourself. And you got America is coming, standing up for themselves, like every nation's gonna have to. This is the prophetic time we living in, and it brought in 2026 with a bang. All right? With a bang. And also within America, you got a whole Somalia situation going on from the Somalians. See, everybody listen, there's a difference between poverty and predation, poverty, and being a predator. There's a difference between need and theft. And there's a difference between helping those who are vulnerable and using the vulnerable as a shield for gain or crime. Tonight's teaching is not about race. It's not about disrespecting no nation, a country, no immigrants, no communities. It's about sin. Sin. That's what it's about. Because across multiple states right now, Minnesota, Ohio, Maine, New York, Massachusetts, Virginia, these things are being uncovered. There's massive fraud schemes going on involving nations of people, groups of people, individuals, and organizations. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let me get started. All right. Let me see. Is Hakyam in? Shalom Hakyam. All right. Let's get started. Everybody worldwide. They're going to come in. I was trying to give them time to come in the building, right? Give them a little time to come in the building. All right. So, all right. Let me just get started. All right. Let me grab which clip I'm going to go first. Let me come over here and I'm going to do I want to do that first? No, I'm going to come over here. I got so many windows. This one. Oh, let's start with this one. So most of y'all have probably heard what's going on in what you call it in Minnesota, right? With the ICE agents, with ICE. Oh, good. I can close this. Let me close that. Save. Yes. With the ICE agents, right? What is ICE called? What is they like immigration, right? I want to say something, just my opinion as an elder, right? I might look a, a younger age, but I'm an elder, all right? I say to all the so-called Black Americans, it's actually time to stand down because they are manipulating. Come on, Aaron J. It's a lot of manipulation tactics going on. And they're trying to entice Black Americans to join in to this mess going on in ICE in Minnesota. And it's actually a time to stand down and don't fall for the chess moves. Don't fall for the okey doke. We done seen the okey doke throughout history. In the 60s, in the 70s, I think it was the 70s. Remember with the Marcus Garvey movements and stuff, when he had the big Black Star ship line and they sank the ship. They put an operative agent on the boat and was actually draining and sank all his ships, right? Y'all know we got Ocoee, Florida, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Anytime the so-called Blacks try to do something positive for themselves, they get infiltrated. We just saw it with the George Floyd stuff, with Antifa and that Black Lives Matter stuff, right? So it's crazy that Blacks would be falling for the hoodwink again. We need to stand down. That Somali stuff ain't got nothing to do with us. A lot of them, don't mean to generalize, shout out to any righteous Somalian brothers and sisters who are righteous and who don't have prejudice against, the righteous. But the generality, that is not our fight. It has nothing to do with us. It's not, they're trying to rope us in, right? All right, let's get started. Do I want to start there? I might as well start there. That'll give people time to come in to the live. Everybody listen. They're trying to rope us in. We have nothing to do with what's going on with these ICE agents, so-called blacks, right? That is not our fight. Now, they had this recently, this black dude who said he was a Black Panther, right? I'm not sure if he black, because he pretty light-skinned, right? No we come in all flavors. No disrespect to my light-skinned brothers and sisters, so-called black, right? But I don't know, sometime, right? But the first thing I felt from his energy was COINTELPRO. From the 60s. Remember, J. Edgar Hoover and them did this. Fred Hampton, they sent that dude, what's his name? William O'Neill or something, the black dude into the Black Panthers to infiltrate and unalive Fred Hampton and them. Set us up. That dude ain't nothing but Ultra Perm. Little light-skinned dude talking about he the Black Panthers took out there with the gun, talking about he gonna shoot ICE. You gonna shoot who? You gonna do what? Now come on, black people, we gotta wisen up. We can't keep falling for the same banana in the tailpipe. You can't. At some time you gotta wake up, right, and understand that this ain't nothing but they just trying to rope us in. This dude is a clown. All right. Now I'm gonna start with it. I wasn't gonna start with that, but let's do it. I'm here. It just happened. I'm gonna let the Most High cook, right? That this will let others people come into the live, right? As we go into the Canada, we're gonna open with the Canada thing, but let's expose this clown right here first. Let's get him first. All right. Now watch this. I was gonna do this later, but let's just start it now. All right. Watch this. This is the clown I'm talking about, and this is dangerous. You understand? We can't keep falling for this mess. All right. Where's he at? Oh, I put him way at the end, didn't I? Because I was going to do him last. All right. Oh, that's my my Canada, right? Where's he at? There you go. This fake dude. All right. This dude right here. So some of y'all might have saw this, right? And for those who didn't, you seeing it now. And to the other nations of the people and to the white people too, don't be falling for this stuff. Y'all got to wisen up too. Everybody, they try to play us against one another, right? And it's gonna keep happening, right? So they gotta stop falling for it, the so-called whites, and the blacks gotta stop falling for it. Stop falling for these okie dokes, all right? They ain't doing that. Okay, so watch this. Share screen. This dude, I call it the fake Black Panther, all right? Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We react in their reaction to it for educational purposes only. We reacted to the video. This is what we got to watch out for. This ain't nothing but COINTELPRO, agent infiltration.
You know why you're not seeing a lot of black people out there protesting against ICE? You know why you're seeing predominantly white people only at these events? It's because back in 2020, the Democrats utilized the black demographic to go out and riot and act a fool. And they said, oh, if you just elect us, we'll give you reparations and we'll force the police to wear body cameras and all these wonderful, amazing things, right? So black people showed up like we are known to do, and we voted up and down for one side of the aisle. And what did we get for it? Nothing as usual, because many of us never learn. But now, here in 2026, we're seeing individuals who were slavishly devoted to the Democrat Party. Now they're seeing the Democrats over their entire 4 years in office under Joe Biden. They went out of their way to ingratiate themselves to illegal immigrants. And they sometimes prioritized illegal immigrants, even in black communities, ahead of black American citizens. And black people are sitting there saying, wait, you said you were going to give us reparations, you're going to give us X, Y, and Z, and we got nothing for it. So the silver lining is a lot of people are waking up and realizing the Democrats are only courting their next prospective voting bloc. They want to exploit illegal immigrants for an entire generation, much like they've exploited the black community for the previous several generations. And they're daring you to call them out on that and see it for what it is. So if you're wondering why you only see predominantly white liberals out here acting a fool, rioting and protesting against ICE, it's because ICE is threatening their ability to cater to that next demographic that they desperately want to lock in for an entire generation. And that's just the God's honest truth.
What's up, taters? This is Tree from treeoflogic.com. Welcome to my channel, the Treehouse News.
This is,
his name is Paul Birdsong.
This is the person. This person's name is Paul Birdsong. He says, power to the people, no power to the pigs. He says he's part of the Black Panther Party, right? From Philly. I don't know if he really from Philly, but he says he's part of the Black Panther Party in Philly. He ain't from Philly. Philly don't get no L. That's this dude right here. This dude is an agent, and he's out there to try to insert and incite so-called black people into this mess with this immigration and ICE, with these Somalians and stuff going on. This ain't our fight, all right? Now, Paul Birdsong is this boy's name.
But I didn't know his name initially. I was going to just show like, okay, the Black Panther Party, dared ICE to come to Philly. ICE showed up and they didn't do nothing. But turn out this guy is a grifter. The whole Black Panther Party thing, he's not a real member. And oh my God, let me just tell you what's going to be involved in this video. And it's
all right, let me show it. I don't need her commentary. Here you go. This, if y'all didn't see this clip, this is what he did.
Video that
he went out to Minnesota with these big assault rifles or whatever these guns out there, and he came against these government agents, which is ICE, because the federal government sent them out there, so that's what they are, right? People can agree to disagree or whatever.
Wait, so let's get into the video that started all of this from the beginning. So this video was on his original TikTok. He deleted it due to a lot of backlash. Also, he was contacted by some lawyers saying, boy, you better get ready because they coming for you. And yeah, it gets really good after this. So this is the video that started it all.
Won't no ICE agent ever run up on me. I guarantee you they won't. I'll put a hole in their chest the size of a window. Safe line repair, safe line replace. That's what's gonna happen. They touch me. Unarmed woman was killed by ICE. If you think you're about to come and brutalize the people while we're standing here, come around and find out. Our interactions with the police and ICE, and we hold them accountable. We hold them accountable. We patrol the community and we hold them accountable.
Now, you know what this reminds me of, guys? We've seen this before. This reminds me of the Black Lives Matter stuff, right? Antifa. All this riot, and they out there doing stuff with the police, all that, right? That's the okie doke. That's what I said. We can't fall for this again. All right? No nation, no white, black, Hispanics, nobody should be falling for this. All right?
We hold them accountable.
So he's sitting up there trying to pull black people in this, talking about he's doing this for black people and we hold them accountable, and he got this big gun out there.
I'll put a hole in their chest the size of a window. Safe line repair, safe line replace. That's what's gonna happen. They touch me. Unarmed woman was killed by ICE. If you think you're about to come and brutalize the people while we're standing here, come around and find out. Our interactions with the police and ICE, and we hold them accountable. We hold them accountable. We patrol the community and we hold them accountable. The Black Panther Party from self-defense, we're the same Panther Party from back in the day, but we're a little more aggressive now, you dig? Carry bigger guns and we don't take no shit.
Now, did y'all hear what he said? This is straight incitement. This is like, that sounds like a crime. First of all, the original Black Panther parties, the real ones, right? The reason, the biggest mistake they made was when they took their shotguns to the state, I think it was the state capitol, or they went to whatever that government office building, whatever that was, and that made it scared the white people in the government, and they right there went in there and made an amendment to the law, right? Because they can make the law and they can break the law. They made it, they can break it, right? They went right in there because they said, we got the right to bear arms and everything. The Most High says, be move wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Don't let your right hand know what your left hand is doing. Less is more, right? You don't let everybody know. So they went out there flaunting everything they got, and they end up losing their right to bear arms, right? It's like, so if that was the thing that actually weakened, and the first Black Panthers, they weren't negative. They were trying to feed the children. They weren't doing this little clown stuff he out there doing, right? Now, if you know that that's what got them taken down, then you out there with these big assault rifles talking about, I'll blast one of them in the chest and I'll do this. And we're the Black Panther. He said, we the Black Panther Party, the same ones. The devil's a lie. when I first heard this, I said, who this dude? This dude is, where he come from? This ain't nothing but an agent. You understand? They sent this boy. That's what I'm trying to teach y'all. They sent them to try to incite this. So try to, we, so-called blacks in America, we denounce this. We don't got nothing to do with this fool. We only know who this is. We ain't got, now you're not pinning that on us. You ain't pinning this Donna Karen on us. Donna Briggs. I said Donna Karen. Yeah, Donna Karen too. Donna Karen. Ain't that some Donna Briggs mixed with Karen? I like that one. You ain't pinning this Donna Karen on us. Right? This dude. Now listen what he said. Nothing but violence, right? He out there with a big gun.
Because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that if it's a bunch of people standing.
He talking crap too.
And we hold them accountable. We patrol the community and we hold them accountable. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, we're the same Panther Party from back in the day, but we're a little more aggressive now, you dig? Carry bigger guns and we don't take no shit. Places where there are a lot of immigrants at, I think that the community around them needs to take special care to them and needs to start escorting them to and from everywhere to make sure that they're safe. Because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that if it's a bunch of people standing outside with assault rifles and shotguns. It's a semi-automatic shotgun. That means them shotgun shells that shoot out of a pump, they shoot them rapidly.
See, now this is stupid stuff. That's how you know this is everybody. That's how you know this is an agent. He's an agent. Because ain't no person with no natural intelligence gonna sit up there and tell you to go against the government with your little shotgun when they got assault rifles and they got missiles and tanks and drones and all boy, yeah, he carrying something out there, right? Out there in the streets with that. Now, the fact that he ain't locked up let you know already. All this agent stuff let you know already off the rip, all right?
To start escorting them to and from everywhere to make sure that they're safe. Because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that if it's a bunch of people standing outside with assault rifles and shotguns. It's a semi-automatic shotgun. That means them shotgun shells that shoot out of a pump, they shoot them rapidly. If you are gonna legally arm yourself with something bigger than what they got. Those who serve in the public, they should be fearful of the public. They should be fearful that the public's gonna be dissatisfied.
So arm yourself with something bigger than the government got? This stuff right here, I can't believe that they have this out there and some people would actually fall for it. All right. He said Larry Hoover stands on what he said. I don't know what that means, Aaron J. Larry Hoover co-signing this clown? I'm lost. You fill me in on that, what you talk about. I know he ain't co-signing this clown. All right? So anyway, this dude is talking this crazy stuff, all right, to get people actually harmed. This will get people killed. This will get people locked in prison, locked away from your family. This is nothing of the Most High. This is the devil speaking through this man. This is evil and wicked to get people, innocent people, harmed and maimed and slaughtered. All right? This is not righteous at all.
With something bigger than what they got. Those who serve in the public, they should be fearful of the public. They should be fearful that the public's going to be dissatisfied with their job that they're doing, not feeling like they're tyrants, not feeling like they're bullies because they got guns and body armor and walkie-talkies. That makes them immune to whatever the people would do. I think you want to correct the ideology of the pig and the mentality of the slave catcher. You meet them with equal force. All power to the people.
I rebuke you, you devil clown, you agent. This is an agent. This is an agent. He's either an agent or a fool. And both of them are just as bad.
No power to the pig.
So as you can see, that video was him just popping off at the chest. But guess what? I showed up. I showed up in Philadelphia. ICE was like, oh, yeah, here we are. So you have the DHS police, I do believe. So you have the federal police. You have Homeland Security. You also have ICE. And oh my God, I forgot what this is the leader of them. I'm so sorry for getting his name. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really doing this video like at 5 o'clock.
So I guess she's saying that ICE and the DOJ and all of them came to Philly to see him, this, I guess, new Black Panther Party or something. And so then now later he put out a clip saying, I guess he really didn't mean it or something like
in
that.
the morning. But let me show you how deep they were rolling, because they were not playing. It was like, yeah, we in Philly, now what? What y'all gonna do? And nothing happened. Nobody was like, oh, you're a good pop.
And see, this is what I mean. Black people, we shouldn't have nothing to do with this. You should be in the house. Don't fall for this again. They'll put these actors out there, crisis actors, Antifa, these people, right? We shouldn't be, we should have nothing to do with this at all. This is not our fight. It ain't got nothing to do with us at all. All right? Whatever they doing over there with the Somalians, the stealing all that money and stuff, whatever. But this is, you can't keep falling for them roping you in.
Yeah, see, this is the DHS police. I was like, so all of these are the feds. So you got the feds, and then you got ICE. And I'm like, wow, this is, and they're in Philadelphia right now. Nothing's going down. Nothing's happening.
Serve their fucking country for this right.
Here we go with another white woman.
Yeah, if the white people want to be out there, y'all let them do that. You remember, they got a whole different rights than us, right? They got different rights than us. They can be out there and saying, F you, police, and, you know, they can do all that. We should be in the house. If you want to watch it, you watch it on TV, like some of y'all said, with your popcorn, with your feet up, just trying to see how it's going to play out. So you'll know how to make your next move, right? Right? Because they're setting there chaos magic. They setting up this stuff. We can't keep falling for the same okie doke. It's the same playbook, right? They're doing the same moves, right? All right.
Hear me. Anyway, I could play this all day, but let me just tell you, nothing happened because this guy is in his neighborhood where there are no immigrants. So why would ICE be there? You know what I'm saying? I think he says he's in East Philly. They were in some townhomes area. And I was like, why would ICE be over there?
All right. Now watch this. I got some. So then he came out making a video saying, you know, he trying to walk it back, right? But hold on. Let me get to this so we can I'm going to go to this one. Watch this. I got to find out, we found out who he really is. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. This is who this person really is.
And in this one, we about to grill Paul Birdsong. That's right, the fake Black Panther. Now, see, a lot of people was in my comments on me talking about it would take a black man to go after another black man. I'm like, y'all need to quit believing this bullshit. Everybody that jumps on the internet ain't
Forgive his curses. I didn't have time to try to get them all out.
real. These people are doing this for content. Now, this Paul Birdsong dude, I told y'all, he was a fake ass rapper. And now he running around calling himself a Black Panther. The Black Panthers put out a statement saying we are not affiliated with that dude. We don't condone nothing he's saying. We're not affiliated with him. This dude, Paul Birdsong, started this back in.
So the Black Panthers actually put out a paper, like a press release, and said they have nothing to do with him. This is the press release right here. Share this tab instead. It says,
Can you take
they
comments
address-
off screen?
thank you. It says they are addressing, thank you, this person, and they're letting you know. It says the Black Panther addresses a public awareness for correct Panther posture. The San Diego Black Panther Party does not endorse, support, or agree with the foolish rhetoric and threats made by the person known as Paul Birdsong in Philadelphia. We call making empty, emotional statements of armed force attacks wolf tickets. He said they call them wolf tickets. That's what they are too. In no way does promoting armed violence and open-ended threats serve to bring about the correct posture of a panther. The statements, these statements will get people unalived and play into the hands of oppressive forces, granting them the ammunition needed to attack actual Black Panthers that are committed to the serious and just actions of raising the consciousness and empowering the people to make progressive change. For those that think this rhetoric represents Black Panthers across the nation, you are mistaken. And in San Diego, we are not promoting actions that will get you prematurely unalived. The greatest weapon we have is the proper use of intelligence, critical thought, and right reason. Emotional showboating is not our lane and does not inspire long-term development and recovery. All right? So the actual Black Panthers said he's not a part of them. All right? Now this is who this is. This dude was a rapper.
2020. And he calls himself the Black Panther Party for self-protection or self-defense. That's the whole name of his party, the Black Panther Party for self-defense. It's not the Black Panthers, and it's not the Black Panther Party. That's a whole nother organization. That's the organization we know about that started a long time ago.
Oh, so he made up a whole nother thing. He just made it up, but using the logo because he's an agent.
Go, the Black Panther Party, the Black Panthers. That's long. He is the Black Panther Party for self-defense. And he claims that the people from the Black Panther Party met up with him, called him in order to start this group. That's what he's claiming. Nobody can confirm that. The Black Panthers don't even want to confirm that. Yet I told people this dude has been doing cosplay. He's been a fake ass rapper. He was a fake ass Pyru blood up in Michigan. He goes around doing all this fake shit, making people believe he's something that he's not. He's got a personality disorder, probably. So I got clips in this right here, clips proving what I'm telling y'all and what I've been saying is true. I found the clips and I'm going to post an actual full video for this dude.
All right, he doing enough talking. He doing all that cursing. Forget his cursing. Now this, let me show you the dude. This is who he is. Watch this. This dude exposed him right here.
See was Paul Bird.
Black Panther Party. He knows what he's doing.
I wanted to see was Paul Birdsong a blood?
This is what he says in an article. This is what he says in the article. He says, also, he said, I came from gangs. I came from gangs. And originally, that was what my music, my graffiti, my beats, and my life consisted of. As I became an activist, I got deeper and deeper into activism, my life. I got deeper into activism. My life, my music, and my graffiti changed. I now use my talents to enlighten and liberate my people while simultaneously defending my people and our culture from oppression and vultures. All power to the people. Let me stop right there real quick.
Now you can see in a lot of his current stuff, he's saying power to the people, no power to the pigs. He's still saying the same shit he used to say when he was a rapper. He's painting graffiti all over the place up in Lansing, Michigan. He's acting like he's a Pyru blood all in Michigan. And the whole time the Pyru bloods don't even know this dude.
He brought up that he was a gang. But when asked, when asked about his affiliation with gangs, here's what he said.
Ever a gang member called me fake gangster, fake this, fake that from my past. And, you know, I don't care. You know, my goal is not to prove to anybody that I was ever a gang member or that I was ever a thug or what I was locked up for, wasn't locked up for. You know, my goal is to protect my people.
Stop right there.
And that's when his fake ass knew shit started catching up to him.
Stop cursing so much. Keep all this protect my people crap.
He started hearing people say, hey, man, we heard you used to be a blood. Was you a real blood? Man, I ain't got to prove I was blood. I wasn't no blood. I wasn't this. I wasn't that. He was trying to run from it. Wait till I'm telling you on Moorish TV, he digs into his ass, but I'm going to let you listen to a little bit more of it because he still ate his ass up. And
claim that he was in the gang. But now when people ask him, well, what set you was a part of? What blood or Pyru set that you was a part of?
Now, it appears that Paul was some kind of way affiliated with the Pyrus. But not so fast. It appears that he has self-appointed himself a Pyru, and it appears that he started this in Lansing, Michigan.
Yes, you heard that right. He self-appointed himself as a gang member. He just made up a gang on the fly. I'm going to be a part of Pyru. Never contacted anybody in the Pyrus. He decided, when in Lansing, I'm going to start a new gang. I'm going to start a new branch of the Pyrus. Nobody even knew. This dude did it. Then he claimed he didn't do it. Police was asked about it. The police didn't even know it was a gang in Lansing.
It's becoming more and more fluid every week.
Chief Green says the department is monitoring the situation.
I can't validate that there's any type of gang there, but certainly what has been posted is alarming.
We showed a video to the chief of an interview we did 2 weeks ago with a protester. He talked about protesters in Portland being taken in unmarked vehicles by agents. But during the interview, he talks about gangs in Lansing.
You come try to snatch one of us, the rest of us gonna blast your. You better do that while we not with.
Everybody, y'all see this clown? It remind me of that other video we did with that dude that was in that dude that was acting like he was God, and he had a leaf in his head, and he had those people in the woods in that country somewhere. It was cold, and he was out in the woods, right? Him and they had a tent up, and then we showed a video, and earlier he was an opera singer. That's this dude. So look, he's CB4. Now he dressed up with all red as a blood. So he done went to Lansing, Michigan, and started his own gang, like dressed in all red, and got all these people out, these kids following him, right? And he was a rapper to build him credit so he can do his raps. Okay? This is crazy.
Try to snatch one of us, the rest of us gonna blast your. You better do that while we not with each other. And then you come to in Sandhurst with the Pyrus and the gangster disciples is linked up at and try to snatch somebody over there. I dare you. Make sure you get this in the Sandhurst. That's Sandhurst. Come over there and try to take somebody. I dare you. I dare you. Your mama gonna be picking out caskets and flowers.
Now ain't that the same kind of.
This dude, see, that's a paid op. Or he crazy, or he a loony, or he's supposed to be in a loony house, but it's a paid op.
Bullshit, he was just talking to the ICE agents.
This dude cursing. I gotta get rid of this dude. I don't need your commentary. All right, we'll see what this cop said.
The Black Panthers don't talk like that.
Very concerning, very concerning. And that's the first time I've seen that video. It's alarming to see that type of video. And definitely we have some great partnerships with our federal partners, our state partners. Would like to get a copy of that video and make sure we do a deep dive and for proper understanding.
It seems that he was bringing this rhythm to Lansing, and the news reports talk about the start of gangs in Lansing, Michigan. They talk about the graffiti in Lansing, Michigan. And
so they sent him there. This was what had to happen to start that gang there to get those youngsters up, because the police said it wasn't even no gangs in that part of Lansing at that time. So that's them ops to send them there to get all those people riled up, the youngsters up, and get them into the gang culture. That's genocide. All right? And now he went out in the street saying he Black Panther to get get people locked up and unalive.
Funny how he talks about how he was doing graffiti and how he's from the West Side and all of this weird stuff as it relates to gang affiliation. But
yeah, go back and listen to the part where the news article was being read. And once you listen to it, he talks about in his music and in his graffiti and all that shit. When you go watch Moore's TVs, trust me.
I don't need this dude with his cussing, man. I don't need your comment. This dude right here is all right.
Seems that the news saying that the gang affiliation or the gang activity started very recent. And it seems to start at the same time when he started talking about gang activity, trying to promote his music.
Hey, blood, look at homie wearing all blue. Get homie stacking at us from across the street. Hey, blood tripping. Check this. Hey.
So he went to Lansing, Michigan and tried to be a rapper and said that he have blood, and this is his music video. That's him in all the orange, or I guess it's red. Listen.
Across the street. Hey, blood tripping. Check this. Hey, what up, homie? Hey, why don't you let me connect my B with your C and you crip walking, not blood walking. We do that right in front of one time while you over there at the corner scoping us.
And that, my friend, is your Black Panther Party leader. We told y'all that dude was Blanco Panther. His ass ain't no Black Panther. He over here fake rapping, act like a fake ass blood.
All right. This dude, this is a clown show. You can't make this up. They done doxed this fool. Look, OYG, Small Paul, WSP featuring King Babalooey, Pyru, Paul Bird song. Right?
Get homie stacking at us from across the street. Hey, blood tripping. Check this. Hey, what up, homie? Hey, why don't you let me connect my B with your C and you crip walking, not blood walking. We do that right in front of one time while you over there at the corner scoping us.
Did you see his moves? That wasn't no crip or no blood walk. What was they even doing? All right, hold on.
Then when you look at all of the background that comes with him saying that he is a part of a gang or he's a blood and he's a Pyru, he's throwing up hand signals.
Look, that's him again in another one of his music videos.
Throwing up the rag, the flag, and he's even trying to do the blood walk, if that's what you call it. I mean, he's all over the place with it. But let's get serious. But it seems that he was the one to bring it to Lansing. And once it was in Lansing, Michigan, it seemed like he tucked his tail and ran. But before he tucked his tail and ran, he also was an activist. And this activist that, in this activism, if you will, that he was participating in was We the Free People of Lansing.
Paul Birdsong has been doing an excellent job making sure our voices are heard.
Okay. So he was a blood promoting for the youngsters to be blood, and then he was an activist too, promoting some type of activism. So now he's on the street with guns as an activist.
Making sure our voices are heard.
So you hear that weak ass cheerleading shit in the background?
This dude, bro, shut up, bro. Guys, you got to learn you don't have to cussing makes you sound stupid, honestly. Makes you sound weak, right? You gotta cut, like, you should be able to speak without having to use all these cuss words, right? I don't know. It's just, all right. Anyway, I apologize. Let me just continue.
Because now he's with We the People.
Let me get past this dude, because he can't speak without cussing.
To what we see right now.
Making sure we know that our voice matters. He's not in charge. He's for us. We all take group votes on everything. We are the people for the people. All power to the people.
Now in his next clip.
So that's him talking, right? On the mic. He's out there. I don't know what they out there protesting, but this is him, right? You're going to see him in a second.
Let me let you listen to this shit.
Boy,
You're not going that way. You're not going this way. This way is not an option. This way is not an option.
So that's him with the bullhorn, and he got these dudes out there with these big shotguns. I don't know what they doing, what they protesting, and this dude's trying to get past in the motorcycle.
If you're gonna run us over, I'm gonna protect my crowd. I'm gonna protect my crowd. No, you can't run anywhere in this direction. You can run that way once we leave, because we got cars behind us right here. But you can't. See, the problem is when we told you stop, you rev the engine. Well, did you see the problem? Hold on, stop. When we told you stop, you rev the engine. That's a threat to us because people try to drive through us.
Did you hear that?
So you see this clown show, now where they at with these guns out like that? right? And then, what does it say on the sign? Black something. And it looked like he had a red flag hanging out of, a red bandana hanging out of his pocket. And this dude, he got a red bandana on his head. It says F the pigs. That's what it says on the thing. See, that's what I'm saying. See, look, it looked like he got a red bandana on his pocket.
See, the problem is when he told you stop the red pigs. You see the problem? Hold on, stop.
It said F-U-C-K the 12. You see, that's what I'm saying, bro. This is some, and so this is the dude that they had out there to do that. That's what I say. We got to wake up, man. They trying to, or get right with y'all. Get right with the Most High, because the masses they gonna start. They're gonna get people to fall for this mess.
He told you stop the red pigs, and that's a threat to us because people try to drive through us.
Did you?
All right. So that's who he is. All right. I just wanted to. I wasn't gonna start with that, but I just started talking about it and whatever. So I was gonna do that later. All right. So now that's this clown, an agent. So they always have these agents that they put out there, and we should know better. All right. Yeah. Stopping a random. I don't even know what they protesting out there at a light and talking about he can't go past. Like, let that boy go past. Ain't nobody out there. Let that man go past on the bike, right? The dude on the bike looking at him like, and they sitting out there with these big shotguns, all right? But you ain't going to jail. See, that's the part. Why this boy ain't locked up? Okay? All right. Now, let's go. Let's get started. I'm gonna get started with, I'm gonna start with the Canada. All right? All right. Let's go. Unfortunately, something's happening. They're manipulating this, and they're playing this thing. This what happened. So let's do the thumbnail. Canada first, right? Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. Shout out to my brothers and sisters in Canada. Get your country, get your boy. Watch this. Share this tab instead. Full screen. I guess my brothers and sisters in Canada know who this dude is. I guess he's their prime minister or something. But I need you to watch this dude's face. Carney. Thank you, Yasha. Yasha's in Canada. Look at his face when he hear what Carney about to say. Right? Corny. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers in effect for reactionary purposes only. This is Canada, right? Actually, versus the United States.
Mine is the first visit of a Canadian Prime Minister to China in nearly a decade.
So this Canadian Prime Minister said his visit to Beijing was the first Canadian to do that in, I think he said, I forgot, over a decade or something, right? He went to China right now. We, America, is at kind of, they didn't declare a war, but they're playing war games for territories right now, right? We're going to acquire Greenland because China and Russia is trying to acquire it. Canada is supposed to be our #1 ally, all right? He said he went to Beijing, to China, to go talk to China.
Mine is the first visit of a Canadian to China in nearly a decade. The world has changed much since that last visit. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
Pay close attention to the face of the man sitting right next to the Prime Minister.
Did you hear what he said? For the new world, he said it. I ain't say it. Why would the Prime Minister of Canada say that? Yeah, it's exactly war games. All right? He went to literally, not your head blown emoji. He went to speak to China, Beijing, and he says that sets them up for and he said it slow, new world. All right. This was the day before yesterday. I had the clip when the day it came out. I had it within hours, and I wanted to go. I was just going to do a random live on Sunday, and I couldn't. I was working, and I just said, you know what? I'll just wait till Wednesday. All right, everybody, it's a lot going on, right? And as I said, the world is the stage. They're playing these chess moves. Now, I don't really know what we'll see. Now, let's continue. Watch this.
To China in nearly a decade. The world has changed much since that last visit. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well.
So he said, I believe the partnership that we just made with China. Yeah, come on, art of misdirection. That's what I'm talking about. All right? Right? He said, the partnership that we just made with China, I believe, sets us up well on the chessboard for the new world. All this is literally intentional. All of it. All right? So, like I say, I'm just going to bring you the info as it comes, right? And we decipher and discern, and we got to try to look inside the wheel, within the wheel of the serpent's tactics, right? Because you can't, you got to, it's chess. You got to think a couple of moves ahead and strategically, and you can't believe nothing that come out of their mouth either, all right? Now, the crazy part is, the reason why I put Canada versus the U.S.A., that was my first, I was going to use that as a thumbnail, but I know that would, right? Is because if this is true, let's say, hypothetically, this is 100% true. Now, this is real news. This came from, this what he did. But let's say it's not a misdirection tactic, and he actually partnered up with China. That sets Canada versus America. Everybody listen. That can't be. Meaning, it's impossible for America to allow Canada to become allied with China, because that's our northern border. Literally on our borderline. That's game over. That, if this really happened, I mean, if he really did it and not meaning do it as a psyop, playing them, then they're gonna, or remember, Orange Dude, America said we need to own Canada now, right? It's crazy. So if he did do this, then America will have no choice but to take Canada by any means necessary. They will have zero choice. Greenland ain't had nothing on if China gets Canada. That's our backyard. That's this right here. Y'all see? This is the United States. This is Canada. The only way that it's the way that Russia and China could come in. They either have to come in this way or come in through here this way, or come in. That's why we got Alaska. So they can't come in over here through Alaska. That's why Alaska's part of the United States. There's all these strategic. So they would, the biggest is the shield up here, the Canadian shield. So if China owns Canada, then they can come right in. That ain't going to end well for them, as y'all, if y'all watched our other lesson. But America can't have that in no shape, form, or fashion. So That's why America is saying now we need to make Canada the 51st state or 50 something state, because we need this whole thing up through Alaska, as Russia and them is taking their, we need Greenland. We need this. So I'm hoping that Canada is just playing a chess move against China and making China think it's going to partner with them, but really secretly they're partnered with the U.S. That's what I'm hoping. Shout out Super Duper Vision. All right? I'm hoping it's just a chess move and they fronting. It's just because if not, it's definitely, they're going to have to strap up, because America's coming for that. There's no way, there's no way. That's like Russia going to allow you to get their country that's borderline right there on them, allow their adversary or they that's insane. That's no. All right? Now, yeah, that's the point. That's the only way from Russia and China. So Russia and China is together. So whenever you think China, there's BRICS. You thinking their whole thing. All right? Yeah, you got to come over to the other live. You're on the vertical one if you want to be with us over here. So it's 2 live streams. So you go out and you click on the other link, and it'll be the 16:9. It's a lot of us. So for some of y'all who be on the vertical, it'd be a lot of us over here. So it might be 20, 30 on the vertical. It'd be about 60, 50, 60, 70 over here. And we be all in the chat. All right. Now, it's no choice. They have to. If it wasn't a part of him doing it as a chess move against China, making them think that he's siding with them, then it's on. Honestly, Canada will definitely be America's a part of them, because America gonna have to take it. It ain't no choice. They're gonna have to take it. All right. Yeah, please give a like, please, children of the Most High. All right, now, let me get back to the other. Let's get back to see what he said. All right? Share this tab instead.
That we have made in the and I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
Pay close attention to the face of the man sitting right next to the Prime Minister as he realizes Canada just became a territory of the United States.
And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
You see his
It's a
face?
partnership with new focus and greater depth and a sense of purpose.
Y'all see his face? Now, the reason the commentator said his partner's, his face was like he just knew now Canada just became a part of the United States. What the commentator says, he's saying, if this is true, America coming to take Canada. Thank you so much for your donation, daughter of Yah. I'm sorry, Super Duper Vision. Sorry, I didn't see who it was. Thank you so much for your donation. I humbly receive. Thank you so much. Now, that's true. If what this commentator is correct, he's saying, if this is true, what happened? Oh yeah, say hello to the next state of America, because there's no way. And everybody, NATO, everything is, all the stage pieces on the chessboard are being renamed. It's new packs. NATO either gonna get down or lay down. America don't need none of them. I know it sounds crazy, but if you didn't see our other live stream of America's armaments, they don't need none of them. The NATO needs America to keep China and Russia and them off of them. Now, if they want to become part of their union, then that's cool. But the armaments of all the nations on the world got together, they still fail. And shout out to Bilal over on Facebook. They still fail in comparison to America's armaments. The trillions that America been preparing for this for forever, ever. Forever, ever. forever, ever. They've been prepared for this for a very long time. All right, and there is nothing that can stand against it. It has too much. America has too much weaponry, too much, like insane stuff, and then the stuff that they don't show that they got, the hidden stuff. All right, now I got something. I wasn't gonna do it. It's here. Watch this. I'm not gonna show it now because I'm gonna get to the other clip, right? Hold on. Share this tab instead. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. I'm just going to show this now just to back up what I just said, because I always bring receipts. I'm never, because some people knew they didn't see the other live where we showed. This is why NATO, either you get that, only threat we got is if they all get together, and then that's what we fighting. America, the rest of the world. But they still still not ready. All together aligned. This is why.
There's a reason no country wants war with the U.S. The U.S. mainland hasn't been attacked in over 80 years. Enemies always threaten, but never act. The U.S. spends nearly $1 trillion a year preparing for wars it hopes never happen. So if a country ever thought, yeah, we can take the U.S., here's the truth. That would be the last mistake they ever make. People know the U.S. Army is big, but big doesn't explain it. The U.S. military isn't just soldiers. It's soldiers plus the entire machine behind them. That's why the U.S. doesn't just fight, it keeps fighting without collapsing. Some countries take days to move serious forces. The U.S. can start moving fast response units in hours. Then comes the hardware. The M1 Abrams isn't just a tank. It's a rolling bunker with a cannon. It's built to survive hits that would erase other vehicles. And it's been upgraded again and again so it doesn't fall behind. But tanks aren't the scary part. The scary part is what follows behind them: artillery. The M109 Paladin looks like a tank, but it's basically a mobile, long-range fist. The US military has weapons that's designed for non-stop pressure: machine guns, grenades, night vision. This is what makes ground combat against the US feel unfair. It's not one weapon, it's the entire system. And this is only the ground, because if the enemy looks up, it gets worse. A lot of countries have air forces. The US has an air force that feels like a different category. The American fleet is massive. Thousands of aircraft, jets, bombers, tankers, helicopters. But again, numbers aren't even the main threat. The main threat is quality plus coordination. Take stealth aircraft. The F-22 isn't famous because it looks cool. It's famous because it was designed to win fights before the enemy even understands the fight started. It's fast, it's hard to detect, it hits first, and it leaves. Then there's the F-35. This is a flying sensor network. And then comes the nightmare plane, the B-2 stealth bomber. This thing was built to slip through air defenses that were meant to stop everything. It can travel absurd distances, strike targets, and disappear into the sky like it was never there. So if someone's plan is, we'll fight the US in the air, that's not a plan. That's volunteering. And even if they...
Now, that B-2 stealth bomber, see, this that fallen angel technology. That's that Area 51 stuff. Y'all see that? That ain't nothing but a pyramid, fallen angel. Anunnaki then told, United States got they got dog cyber oaths. They got Nephilim and stuff. They got stuff, right? This fallen angels technology stuff they got. All right?
Slip through air defenses that were meant to stop everything. It can travel absurd distances, strike targets, and disappear into the sky like it was never there. So if someone's plan is, we'll fight the US in the air, that's not a plan. That's volunteering. And even if they somehow survive the sky, they still have to deal with the ocean. Most navies protect coastlines. The US Navy controls oceans. It has aircraft carriers that aren't ships. They're floating air bases. And carriers don't travel alone. They move with a full strike group: destroyers, submarines, support ships, and so when a U.S. carrier group shows up near a region, the message is simple. We are here, and you can't ignore us. But the real fear isn't the carrier you can see. It's the submarine you can't. Ohio-class nuclear submarines are designed to stay hidden and loaded with enough firepower to change the map.
And they run for 25 years without refueling on nuclear energy. America controls the Marine Kingdom. They didn't got a partnership with Leviathan down there. They didn't got a partnership with the Prince of the Air. They ain't nothing but Anunnaki, I'm telling y'all. All right?
Submarines are the reason enemies, because you can't negotiate with what you can't find. So the U.S. can dominate land, it can dominate the air, and it can dominate the sea. But then comes the weapon that doesn't care about borders at all. If a weapon can reach you from across the Earth, your geography stops protecting you. ICBMs are built for one purpose: distance. Some can fly thousands of miles, meaning the U.S. can strike targets far beyond its shores without moving a single soldier. And the scary part is not just range, it's readiness. Missiles are placed where they're hard to hit all at once, spread out, protected, guarded, designed to survive and respond. But missiles aren't just nuclear. America has conventional missiles too: precision strikes, long-range targeting, satellite guidance. And that leads to the next layer, because the U.S. isn't only powerful, it's over-prepared. Nobody wants nuclear war, because nuclear war doesn't have winners. It has survivors who wish they didn't survive. The U.S. has thousands of nuclear weapons in its arsenal, not all deployed, not all active, but enough to make the point. And it doesn't rely on one launch method. So even if one part gets hit, the others remain. This is why direct war with the U.S. is rare, because if it escalates too far, it becomes uncontrollable. But here's what people forget. The U.S. doesn't even need nukes to erase key targets, because it also built weapons made for the underground.
America got weapons under the ground. Yeah, they do. All fallen angel technology.
Some countries build bunkers and think they're safe. Deep facilities, mountain tunnels, underground command rooms. That works until the U.S. shows us weapons. There are massive blast weapons designed to wipe out large areas, caves, and fortified zones. And if that's terrifying with pilots, wait until you hear what happens when the pilot isn't even there. Drones changed war, because drones don't need rest. They can watch a target for hours and strike in seconds. The U.S. operates huge numbers of unmanned systems. Some are built for surveillance, some for attacks, some for both. The scary part is endurance. The more advanced the drone, the less warning the enemy gets. Drones also reduce risk for the attacker. You can project power without losing pilots. But machines still aren't the most dangerous weapon America has. The most dangerous weapon is the people trained to do what machines can't. The U.S. trains soldiers hard, but its special forces training is a different kind of brutal. Units like Navy SEALs are designed to operate anywhere. Their training is meant to break weak people early, so only the most durable stay. And it's not just physical, it's mental. Because in real war, the weapon isn't always the key. Decision-making is. The ability to move when it's confusing, to act when it's...
That's a good word. I think that was the Larry Shaw said, these serpent seeds are in their own separate legion. That's why the Sepharayah, the Bible says that the daughter of Babylon is the last one to fall. Do you understand? That's the last kingdom. It's going to be the kingdom. Now, the reason why I'm showing this right now is because as this play out, that's why I said everything, like America is going to make itself the head of this serpent. That's going to be this new world, right? Structure, I'm going to say that. Y'all know the old word, right? I ain't trying to get our video with that thing under it, right? That's because it's prophesied that it would be. It is the daughter of Babylon. It is the head that will fall at the end. It's the last kingdom. You understand? The last kingdom. So this is just setting the prophetic stage So of course it would be the superpower because they are preparing. The reason why America has all of this super fallen angel technology is because it's to fight against the aliens, which are the angels, the chariots of the Most High. That's what it is. It's the bust through the firmament, to fight when the portals open in the Nephilim, right? It's to fight the righteous, to fight the Malayots, the angels. So they're weapons. So this is why no country has nothing. It's prophetic. It's supernatural. It's spiritual. So they're thinking these other countries will be fighting a physical war against a principality. America is now a principality. It got its fallen angel knowledge. That's why everybody keeps saying America is Egypt. The reason why a lot of people in the awakening, everybody like America is Egypt, you don't understand. It is baby Egypt. People just go too far when they try to replace. You got to understand, you got to stop trying to do replacement theology and do addition, compounding theology, meaning adding on. It's the daughter of Babylon, baby. It's baby Egypt. So it mirrors Mitzrayim, right? So we have pyramids, we have, all the, the geographic, we got all the stuff, and a lot of people try to do replacement theology. This is the Egypt, and that Egypt don't exist. You're wrong. That was the first ancient Kemet. The land of the blacks is still where it was, Northeast Africa in that region, all right, on the Pangea planet. Now, but America is the daughter of her, all right? So this is the end time Egypt, the end time, what you would call Kemet, ancient Hermetic, what pyramids were, landing portals. Pyramids were portals. They, depending on the revolution and the time of the moon and the sun and the constellations, a portal, a door would open up. That's what it is. It's landing base for the fallen. Okay, so that's what America. So they can't beat America in the end. They can't. So that's what's coming. That's what they're doing now with the NATO. All of that's going to change. Either they're going to get down or they're going to be wiped. They're going to be a slave to America. You're either going to get down, because America's going to be the head of that, because it's all going to become one Ahayad kingdom body, right? With one currency, one order, one everything, right? And that's to fight the war that's coming, the judgment, what they call Armageddon. It's prophecy. It's prophecy. That's why you got to get righteous. Your righteousness. You can't stop this. No one can stop this. I don't care whether you believe in the Bible, you believe in the Quran, you believe in the Atrahasis, you believe in the Vedas, you believe in whatever ancient texts or books, library of Ashurbanipal. I don't care where you get your technology from, in the Akkadians, from the Sumerians, from the Phoenicians, from the Eurasians, whatever, from the Hebrews, from the whatever. It's all of those stories have the same. They might just have different names for the characters, but it's all the same. It's one story. Okay, and that's how it ends at the end. We're seeing the stage, the pieces are being played out on the chessboard. That's why I started this off and said to the so-called blacks, don't fall for these pieces of this little agent out there talking about he's part of the Black Panthers and all this crap, this little clown show out there doing the blood, talking about, these homie the clown. This ain't nothing but Ronald McDonald out there, right? But so, and then they use the people in society, because my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. They use the people as pieces. The people are pawns on the chessboard, and they move your pieces around. You don't want to be a pawn. Make your way up to a knight, a rook. Make your way up to a stronger piece that you can have more movements, and you can to the point where you become a king, right? You heard, on the board. You rocking with the king on the board, right? So you don't get checkmated, okay? Yeah, a bishop. Make your way up to a bishop. You heard? So, right? And if you can get to be a queen, now you rocking. You know what I mean? And the queen reflects the light of the king. Well, in chess, the queen does a move, but y'all know what I'm talking about. It's the king for you to win the game. All right? Now, Now, this is that's why I'm showing this part. I wasn't even going to do this. I got a lot of stuff to come out. But as the Most High has me do all these, and I sat up here and stayed up for 20-something hours putting all that stuff together, and I'm probably gonna get a half of it out tonight. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. I stayed like 20-something hours putting this together for me to start off with that Black Panther clown, and now I'm right into this. I wasn't even gonna show this tonight, but when I show what Canada did, I have to show, because a lot of y'all don't understand, because I didn't even know before the Most High had me to doing this geopolitics and finding out what America, what's really happening. Now I'm like, oh, NATO, nobody, it's the world. All of them could get together against America and they will still lose. They're going, because it's prophecy. America has been preparing for this. That's why he said over-prepared. Trillions and trillions and trillions, while they've been spending millions. Do you understand? America then went broke. Why do you think we are trillions of dollars in debt? We are in so much debt in America, but they don't care, because it don't mean nothing. The defenses, the prophecy play out. This right here, watch this. Boy, watch this. See this? Share this tab instead. Y'all see this? That's the, hold on, let me see if y'all can see it. Yup, but why does it look so small? Hold on. This, y'all can get this link. So y'all can, it's the US, you go to usdebtclock.org, right? Why does it look so small? Seeing half the screen. Why are they seeing half the screen? All right. This is, all right, let me see if I make it full screen. Hold on, let me see what happens if I make it my thing full screen. And let me see what y'all see. Yep, there it go. All right. So this is the US debt clock, right? Look, Minnesota fraud. Oh, wow, they added the Minnesota fraud, the 9 billion. Oh, we about to get there. The 9 billion. Well, it's up to like 19 billion that the Somalis took from America. So they took it, extrapolated from New York City fraud, Los Angeles fraud, Indianapolis. Okay, they took the 9 billion. That's dope how they put that on there. This is a US debt clock, and it breaks down everything. And when you click one, it tells you about it. It opened up it downloaded something. I didn't want the New Money Revolution PDF. That downloaded a PDF. I didn't want to. So anyway, y'all can play with this another time. usdebtclock.org. And look, it got income tax, revenue per citizen, U.S. federal revenue, debt per taxpayer, U.S. national debt, U.S. federal spending, the tariff revenue, the Social Security. You learn everything is here. U.S. total debt, U.S. federal interest, savings per year, savings per adult, future treasury dollars, U.S. debt held by foreign countries, border encounters 2025, total savings per year. It goes U.S. retirees. This thing is crazy work. Y'all know, Unc, I always bring you that stuff. Total hidden wealth, wealth per citizen, gold, precious metals, and each of these are links. All right? Each of these are links. So y'all can, average salary, municipal employees, future tariff revenues, estate and gift tax, charitable donations, payroll tax. And this runs consistently. It's dope that they added that 9 billion that's tonight's lesson. All right? Coming out. All right. That's a tool set for y'all, for those who want to, all right? World debt clocks, state debt clocks, time machine, and each of these are clickable and it breaks stuff down. All right. Now, let me go back, make this small again. Y'all know how the Most High had me do. We're very thorough in what we bring out, all right? Very thorough. This is his instructions. And he has the lessons come out the way he wants. All right, let me get back here. Share this tab instead. So now, this is why this video is talking about this. Watch this.
Because in real war, the weapon isn't always the key. Decision-making is. The ability to move when it's confusing, to act when it's loud, to stay calm when it's deadly. That Special Forces training is a different kind of brutal. Units like Navy SEALs are designed to operate anywhere. Their training is meant to break weak people early, so only the most durable stay. And it's not just physical, it's mental. Because in real war, the weapon isn't always the key. Decision-making is. The ability to move when it's confusing, to act when it's loud, to stay calm when it's deadly. That's what elite units are built for. But training is only half the advantage. The other half is experience. Some militaries look scary on paper, but paper doesn't bleed. The U.S. military has been tested in real conflicts for decades. Different regions, different enemies. That creates something you can't fake. Institutional memory. It learns
Experience. America been at war non-stop. They always at war. They always doing something. You know that if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. America got something over all of them. Experience.
paper doesn't bleed. The U.S. military has been tested in real conflicts for decades. Different regions, different enemies. That creates something you can't fake. Institutional memory. It learns what works. It learns what fails. It adapts. And beyond active duty, the U.S. has millions of veterans. People who've seen...
So y'all see that? You see how Alaska's yellow? That's showing the United States. So the orange do America's like we need Canada now. Now y'all see it? This map shows it so clearly. We need Canada because that fills in all of this yellow, right? We already kind of got Mexico. It's stuck to us, but we'll end up just taking it, right? That's why he said they called it the Mexican. Remember he just said that they call it the Mexican Canal, something with the waters. See, these are moves that you got to understand the language that they talk when they say stuff, because it's already done. You know, by the time they show you something or say something, it's already basically done already, right? They just didn't take it yet, right? So what that's gonna do, all this is gonna be yellow. That's whatever that is on the other side of Alaska, right? That's gonna be yellow. And then Greenland and stuff, I think, where's that? That's somewhere over here. Oh, that's here. That's Greenland right here. See? So this Greenland right here, that's gonna be, we already got these. This is Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Iceland and stuff, right? So that's would really be yellow. So that's NATO. So what's gonna happen, everybody listen clearly. NATO is gonna be done, it's gonna be a new pact, right? They're gonna have to get down or lay down, it's gonna be one. So all of these, let's say it's just yellow here so y'all can see it. I'm just calling it yellow so y'all can have a visual of what I'm breaking down. All of this will be yellow. Then Greenland will be yellow. And all this will be yellow. And then they're gonna come from South America, right? That's why they got Venezuela. That's why because Venezuela was China and Russia's strong port in South America region. Now they got Brazil. Brazil is the big dog. Brazil is huge. So, but Brazil is with BRICS. So now y'all see the chess game. So it was smart for Russia and China to get Brazil with them because they got America's flank to the south, right? And we got Russia flanked because we got China with Taiwan. That's why China trying to take Taiwan now. We got little Taiwan, right? That would be like yellow right now. And then we got Japan would be yellow, right? So we got them flanked but our stuff, we all in their waters. We are in the marine. America's crazy. We got all the waters on lock, the Marine Kingdom. So that's why they're trying to lock some of the land, because they don't have the principality of the Marine Kingdom. America got the covenant with Leviathan in them. I'm sorry that this sounds crazy for those who really don't understand prophecy and spiritual warfare. I know it can sound kind of crazy, but it's not. You understand? Because they put all this stuff in the movies for a reason. Y'all got to understand this. They show you this stuff, right? They talking about. That's why they got all these submarines that run for 25 years with all nuclear. They in every ocean. They own the waters, and the earth is covered 3/4 of the surface by water. 3/4 of the earth's surface is it's all. If you own maritime marine kingdom, then you own the planet. That's the law of the land. So Russia and China is breaking maritime laws, trying to break through the blockades to get the oil. They're breaking maritime laws. You understand? So that's what this is all going down, right? So America got their little land flanks around the Russia and China and all that, but really they don't really need much because the waters is owned. That's why America's told Denmark and Greenland, y'all need to stop, because y'all acting, y'all being emotional and thinking y'all safe, and the orange dude in America is like China and them got all this stuff in the waters all around the Arctic, because we patrol, we know whatever comes in the water. Whatever comes in the water, America knows, because they got a pact with Leviathan. The beast that's going to be on the earth is Behemoth, and Behemoth is righteous. That's the remnant for the righteous. Leviathan is the serpent of the sea. That's the old dragon, the darkness over the face of the earth at the beginning. This is prophecy, and it ain't religion mojo. It's spiritual warfare. These things are for real principalities in the marine kingdom. It's spiritual. It's these energies. These things are going, there's other worlds down there. That's why they go down. You think they were going up, they be going down. They be going into the marine kingdom where they're trying to find Atlantis and all that type of stuff. Portals. That's why the Most High said, there's places in the depths of the sea we are not to go. We are never to go there, because it is complete darkness. It is the darkness over the face of the earth. It's a kingdom, and it got its right of unrighteousness. It's dark kingdom. It's the Kalal Yah, the opposite of Yah's light, right? It's the completion, right? So we are not the righteous. If you're unrighteous, then go and make a covenant with it. You understand? So America got that pact with it. So what you're seeing in geopolitical, America is going to make all of this yellow, as later the whole map is yellow. That's the new world structure. I don't want to say the word, right? So we don't get flagged. Y'all know that NW, right? Cipher, right? The O word, right? Now, that is to fight again the spiritual war. If you think this is about flesh, then you lost. Then you're destroyed for a lack of knowledge. They're not battling against flesh and blood. They're battling against principalities and spirits in high places. Ain't that what we supposed to battle against? Ain't that people who are battling against the flesh? They lost the fight already, because you don't know everything is spiritual. The spirit animates the flesh, right? So if you don't understand spiritual warfare, then you can never win the control of your temple. You can never win this. You're going to lose at the game, because you don't know what you're battling against. That's warfare. The first rule in warfare is to learn your enemy, right? So you have to learn your enemy. And my enemy is spiritual. It ain't physical. The physical is limited. I bypass the physical with my spirit, because I don't exist. I exist in two realms, but I know that my flesh I give my flesh over to my spirit. I have to be in control of my spirit. So I have to fight principalities and spirits that's coming after me and portals. You understand? So this is what I'm showing you. Now y'all really seeing and learning. This is the chessboard. We're looking right here at the world chessboard. And the pieces, they're making their moves. So Canada just said, I'm not sure if Canada was moving a fake move, doing a fake out. I hope it was for their sake, right? Either way, it doesn't matter. But I got my brothers and sisters in there, right? But the Most High got his children, right? So no matter where you at in this land, his righteous remnant, he got you covered, because he know where he scattered you to, right? And he's going to gather his children when the time comes from where he scattered you. For those who believe in the Safari Yah, who know the word. If you don't, then be righteous. If you don't believe in the Safari Yah, the history book they call the Bible, then believe in righteousness for righteous sake. do right by the next person. Let your righteous acts outweigh your unrighteous acts in life, period. Help others, give to others, be selfless, be righteous. And with that, then you will be in covenant with the Creator. You don't have to know the Safariyahs, the Bible. You don't have to know the name of the king and the Messiah and all that type of stuff. You don't have to know that. All you have to know is to be righteous, to be a righteous light on the earth in your acts and deeds, to make your acts that you live in your everyday life, as you balance, it's a score. Everything in life is a scorecard, and you balance your daily scorecard. Today, what did I do today? Did I go out today and smash, fornicate? Did I go out and I robbed, stole from a store? I beat up a kid. I stole out an old lady pocketbook. I kicked the old lady down. I plucked the baby in the forehead and made him cry, right? I went and I burned the cat's tail, right? I went out and I went out and kicked a little dog across the street, right? I went out and I did, right? And then you come home and you assess your 24-hour day, and you do a tally, and this was sin, this was negative, this was sin, this was unrighteous, this was unrighteous, this was unrighteous, and then how much righteous did I do? You see, did I pour into somebody? Did I try to help somebody? Did I give to somebody? Did I help someone lift a bag? Did I smile at somebody? Was I kind? Did I give a kind gesture to somebody? Did I you understand? So those are your checks of righteousness. I'm giving you a scorecard of life. Y'all listen, the Most High is doing this. I'm not. He's using me to do this, because none of this, the Most High is doing this. Y'all just listen clearly. He's giving you a scorecard of life. It's your checks and balances, because we're judged on everything, right? And so your daily scorecard should be you checking off more righteous boxes than unrighteous. It should be a thing where you minimalize your sin so much that, let's say your sin might have only been, I got mad in the traffic jam and I flipped somebody the bird, right? Or I got mad and I cussed when my kid said something and I was like, get out of my mother effing face or something, right? Then later you went and repented, right? So repentance helps too, because when you do make the mistake, it's still a check in the unrighteous, but you also can balance that out with repentance, and true repentance, meaning in your heart you really feel bad about failing, being unrighteous. Okay? This is how you change yourself this is how you die to the flesh daily, how you circumcise your heart, which is evil continually from Adam and Eve, the sin and transgression we were born in. This is how you be righteous in an unrighteous world. This is how you let your light don't become dark light. All right? So it's to be worked on. You understand? Sin is easy. Satisfying the flesh is easy. It's easy to be wicked, because this is a wicked world. This is the world of Hasatan, right? It was given to him because Adam and Eve transgressed in the garden. The first world. This is the second world now. The first world is Yah's presence. Ayadan's called Eden. And he got something guarding it, the cherubim guarding it. You get back to that place, his presence. And Ayadan, Eden, and Habariyah, the original Hebrew tongue, that word Eden, Ayadan, means his presence. That's what that is. He kicked us out of his presence, the first world, when we was in his presence, and the cherubims guard the way. You get back into Ayadan in his presence with your righteousness, letting your light in his image and likeness, his first nature, what he created us for, Barashiyah, Genesis day 1 to day 7, the first estate. That's how you get back there. Now, these things are work your way back to his righteousness, your righteousness. So let's say if you went through your day and somehow you was doing, and you messed around and you saw your ex or that pretty young thing or something, and you slipped up in it, right? We like to say we slipped up in it, right? You smashed. Now you've been going good. Now you done smash. You're like, I've been going good for about a couple of months, and why did I turn the corner? I seen that thing and I done slipped up in it. Now you fornicated, right? So that's a pretty decent sized sin, right? Now, you should feel bad, right? Because you should be trying not to do it, right? You should be trying to to stay righteous until you can get married, and then it's not fornication, right? But our flesh the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, right? So sometimes we'll lose because most of us supposed to already been married in a righteous state, right? So this is why some people fail, right? Sorry that I'm going off on this, but this is real life application, bro. All right. And people need this so they can understand the Most High. I could feel the Father's like presence. So let me just continue, and then I'm gonna get back to it. Now, let's say you slipped up and you smashed something, your ex or something or whatever, right? And you're like, oh man, you're supposed to feel bad, right? You're supposed to repent. But let's say everything else during the day you really didn't do. You ain't punch a baby in the rib. You ain't elbow a baby in the rib. Or you didn't, right? You didn't do, you didn't curse a bunch of people out and doing all this sin, right? So that one act is bad, but you can repent for it. But you need in your heart, you can't fool the Most High. You have to feel repented, meaning you can't feel good about it. Like, you sin, it's transgression, man. I feel bad. I'm sorry. You ask for forgiveness. I slip. I'm going to try to do better, and you get back on the horse and you get back to life and you keep your day going the next day and keep checking off the righteous box. Yeah, you need to feel convicted. Good word, not your conviction. All right? Conviction. That's what the Most High wants to see. He don't want us to see us one with the sin. When you don't feel convicted, that means you're in agreement. You're in a covenant with the sin, right? Before I became a righteous man, I didn't care. I was smash. I was a smash bang, crash 'em up king, right? I'm smashing everything, and my what's the name? My hit rate was good. I was like a World Series hitter out the park, right? And I had no conviction because I didn't know about no sin. I was living in the world. I didn't know about the Most High. I didn't know about being righteous and all that type of stuff. So that was my life. My thing was more of getting much as I can. Like, I'm about to smash that. I'm like, oh, this going down. You going home with me tonight, right? And so you won with the sin. So I'm in covenant with it. There's no repentance. There's no feeling bad. There's no conviction. I'm convicted if I don't smash. See, that's when you live in a life of sin. So think about it. So I'm smoking weed, I'm doing drugs. I wasn't that bad where I don't kick babies. And see, even in my sin, I still had a level of righteousness, right? I would still be kind to people. I would take care of the weak, the poor. I would fight bullies I would take care of the weak, the poor, I would give money. I would just do right. I would just do good things. I was still a good person. I just didn't know to be righteous. I was just living in sin. I was from the streets, from the projects, no mom and dad. I didn't know nobody. I didn't know the Most High. I didn't know none of it. But I was still a strong level of righteous. I would protect you, anybody. From my crew or anybody try to set it, I protect people. That just was my heart. So now that I'm thinking about it, if I would do a check mark, if I do it now, if I can remember my days back in the world, right? And I was selling drugs. See, that's a big one because that's genocide, right? That's a big check mark, right? Because each of these acts of sin are portals. Everything compounds. Everything in your existence, everybody, is compounding. It never stops compounding. That's why when I showed that debt clock, it was constantly spinning. Everything compounds. Righteousness acts, it compounds. So if I do a righteous act and I help build someone else here and you become righteous, then you'll go forth and pay it forward. And that counts to me at the Most High, at the judgment. It's called treasure stored up in the Shamayam, in the heaven, right? It's compound. You compound in sin too, debt. So when you get to the judgment, your stuff counts. So if you did this debt act, if I went out and made this person join a gang and taught him how to be a killer, taught him how to do drugs, and then he go out and he start underlap all that stuff, it compounds on my sin. It's all parable of talents. Good word, now y'all. Everything compounds. That's why the Mashiach said, there's a parable of talents. I need you to come back and have your righteous increase. Because everything increases, sin increases, light increases, and dark increases. So let your light increase. That's what I mean by the score sheet. You want your righteous acts to be more than your unrighteous acts. So right now, if I would do my scorecard back in my sin, I would probably I'm gonna do the hate. I sold a lot of drugs that day. That's a bad thing. Probably smash, sin. I definitely got fornication. Definitely speaking cusses. All I knew was cuss. I was a mother effing fool, right? That's all we know, right? So cussing is just crazy, right? But that's small stuff. But the drugs is huge. That's a big. That's bad. That's compounded really bad. All right, and then really so smashing, doing drugs, cussing. I didn't really steal. I don't steal. When I was young, I was a stick-up kid. That's bad, but that's different from stealing. So I didn't covet other people's stuff. I didn't really lie too much. I don't lie. I'm not a liar. I lie to the police. That's about it to get myself out of something, right? But that's wisdom, right? Because I'm dealing with a serpent, right? So I didn't lie. So I didn't cheat. I would cheat. Yep, because sometimes I didn't cheat, but yeah, not much, but yeah, in a relationship. But I'm not married, so I'm in a sin relationship. So that right. So again, everybody, that's So if I check off, that's quite a lot of boxes check in the sin, right? And then, but I would have some checks because I always did good deeds, right? I would have to think it through, like who did I help today? Even in my sin, because I always helped people. I always did good stuff, right? I always took care of hungry, poor people, and I just always did good, right? So, but now my score sheet, I really don't do no sin at all, right? At all. I don't. Every once in a blue, if I can get angry, I might slip and say a damn shit word, but you got to push me far, and then I repent immediately, right? I'll pay. Oh my God, forgive me, y'all. Then I know I got to get away from you. If you could get me to say a slight shit, that meant you in sin. You didn't push me into some sin. That meant I need to get away from you. I need to separate from you because whatever you doing is pulling me into some because I stay in peace. I live in peace. I'm always in doing something and working for the Most High ministry, doing something. I don't argue. I'm always laughing. I'm always just right. I'm always light. I'm always with Yah. I'm always, and so now all my check boxes is just righteous. That's it. I got no, and that, so for everybody, don't compare yourself to me. It's just what I have to do. It's my purpose. He took my life. I had 25 of life in prison, so my life is not my own. So I live a life to serve my Father, right? And that's it. That's all I live. I don't go nowhere. I don't even do anything. I have to remember, the ministry tell me, remember to go outside and get fresh air, all right? Because all I do is work on ministry and work for the kingdom. It's like, he gave me I was supposed to be in prison still right now. I would have life because I probably would have had to kill somebody in there by now just to survive, right? So that's what, when I was doing the 25, I was like, I'm never coming home, right? But he gave me a second chance. So now this life ain't my own. So it's a life of servitude. I'm a servant, all right? I'm a servant, so that's all I do. So I'm teaching y'all the little tips as y'all are out there, young and old in the world. You got to start working on your scorecard and mentally. You could do it in your mind, or you can write one out to make sure that your righteous acts every 24 hours, when you lay me down to sleep and stuff. I don't care if you work at night, is whatever your sleep schedule is. When you finish the 24-hour day, make sure that the right side is your check box for your righteous acts. Outweigh more checks than your left side, your sin. And any checks on your left side, repent for it and try to work on not doing it again. That's how you work on being in the image of the Most High, righteous. All right? And the serpents do the opposite. They got to make sure that their left side got more checks than their right side. The children of the serpent, those who choose to serve darkness, they got to, and witches and warlocks and stuff know this. They have to make sure that their dark deeds outweigh any good thing they do. All right? That's Kalalaya, completion. All right? All right. I ain't going to apologize. I was about to apologize because I went off topic, but no, I'm not, because I know that was my father. That's real ministry. Real ministry is helping somebody with a real life experience, things that are tangible. We could quote the Bible all day, every day, but real life experience, things that can help you structure your sin, all right? Your actual things that can help you become more righteous, a more righteous light in this dark world. And with that, everybody listen, with those tools, you get blessings. They compound. So it's like kind of like the law of attraction. As you do more light, righteous things, more light, righteous things are attracted to you. You understand? It's like a extra grace and favor over it. It's like things happen, just like same way they happen when you do dark things. All right? All right. Now, all right, so now y'all, back to the geopolitics, this is what they're doing with the map. So America will be the head of this serpent. All right? They will be, no matter what. And they know it. They've been preparing for this, but they overspend. They had in Area 51, those fallen angels, they still got them, and they got all these. So the stuff they showing us, right? So they show us a stealth bomber, right? They got invisible stuff. Whatever they show us, multiply that times 1,000. You have to understand that, right? So anything they showing us, that's why the orange dude said, "Oh, we got a weapon." You remember the orange dude? He said, "We got weapons." You weapons you ain't never. He like, "Boy, y'all won't believe the stuff we got." Right? He's amazed. He like, "Boy." Okay? Now, let me get back, because I want to get to the meat of tonight. I put 20 hours in to get it, and I'm not going to get none of it done. I should have knew that was going to happen. But it's like when the Most High tell me to do something, I can't stop until it's done. So I fell asleep a bunch of times. Remember, I fell asleep in the Bible study last night because I was tired. I didn't get up out this seat again. Well, I went up to use the bathroom twice. I didn't get till 8:30 tonight from this whole time. But I fell asleep. I took about 5 naps. It's like and then I'm like, I lay here and then wake up about 15 minutes and then back at it again. And then, yeah. So, and all that I put together, I'm doing none of it. I'm gonna get to some of it, but that's crazy. I knew it was I felt it when I was doing it, but when you're doing the work for the Most High, you can't worry about, like, if I'm gonna do all this, I'm probably not even gonna use all this. You just gotta do it, and don't worry about it. You just gotta do it. I'm sorry. I'm probably losing people. I know y'all be like, "What are you talking about? You tripping?" All right, let me get back. Let's continue. Let me get back, because we got people in the vertical stream. They here for the geopoliticals. They like, "Bro, get back with the geopolitical." All right, so this is what they're doing. All right, let me continue, because I got to get to. It's already 11:30. Yeah, I got to get to some of my other stuff.
It adapts. And beyond active duty, the U.S. has millions of veterans. People who've seen real operations. People who know how war behaves when plans collapse. So when threats show up, new or old, America doesn't start from zero. It starts from experience. And that brings us to the last reason. The reason that scares every enemy the most. The scariest part of U.S. power isn't what you can name, it's what you can't. Every year, huge budgets go into research, testing, and development. Not for parades, for the next generation of advantage. That means stealth gets better, sensors get sharper, missiles get smarter, and the public will only hear about a fraction of it. Because in war, surprise is a weapon.
Because America knows, don't let your left hand know what your right hand doing. They're getting this serpent seed intelligence, and they spend trillions, and you correct, smart. Russia know this. Russia and them, that's why they ganged up. Russia know they can't mess with. I didn't know this before. Now I know all this geopolitics. I get it now. I guess the Most High, of course, he want me to know. They know we ain't nothing. They got no way they could catch up to America. They've been spending trillions and they done got these fallen angels and they just keep pouring into it. The biggest threat is the things they can't see, the things they don't show, because America ain't showing you what they got. Whatever they show you, they're 50 times advanced than that.
So even if an enemy studies America's military, they're studying the visible part, not the full iceberg. And you never want to hit an iceberg. The answer can be, they can try, but they'd be
So
fighting.
he said, can anyone challenge the United States? He said the answer would be, they can try.
A ground force that moves fast and hits hard. They can try, but they'd be fighting. A ground force that moves fast and hits hard. A navy that reaches any coastline on Earth. Drones that watch forever. Special forces that don't quit. A military that has real experience. Because with the U.S., the fight doesn't start when you shoot. It starts when America decides, okay, your turn is over.
Drones that never stop. Never. And yeah. All right. Now, let me get back. All that came from the Canada clip. That just changed the whole structure of tonight's lesson. Now let's get back to Canada. The Canada dude. It was only a 9-minute clip, but now I needed that understanding because I know a lot of y'all didn't, some of the that see this didn't see our other video. Now, because I need most to understand, because if you don't understand what America really is now, then you'll be destroyed for the lack of knowledge. You won't understand, because I thought Russia was the big bad bull. But I really thought Russia and China was the, I did not know it was little old America. I should have, because they the ones spending the trillions, all right? And they the ones, right? But, all right, so here we go. So the Canadian Prime Minister made a pact with China, America's enemy. I'm really hoping that this is just Donna Briggs. This is just what's the name? A chess move. They really still America's allies. I hope they wasn't stupid enough to do that. Honestly.
Progress that we have made in the partnership.
States.
And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order. It's a partnership with new focus and greater depth and a sense of purpose. And I look forward to realizing its promise and building on it.
Did you see how he said that? He sound like, if you could have played music, it sound like dun dun dun. And that dude face next to him said, what? What did you just say? He put his head in new. It sounded like, the way that sounded, like he didn't like the sound of that. Saying, I hope this is just all theatrics, right? To fool the masses, right? Because if it wasn't, you just wrote a check that your butt can't cash, and you knew it too. Because he just said, new world, what?
Sets up well for the new world order. It's a partnership with new focus and greater depth and a sense of purpose.
So it says a partnership, Canada and China, with our enemies, new focus, depth, and whatever.
I look forward to realizing its promise and building on it in the years to come. A partnership that leverages our strengths to create greater stability, security, sustainability, and prosperity for all our peoples. And I look forward to this working session to advance those objectives. Thank you very much.
He could not conceal the disbelief of how perplexingly stupid what the Prime Minister just said was. When he talks about a new world order, he is directly challenging and attacking U.S. national security and global influence. Our northern neighbor just aligned with our largest adversary specifically to undermine U.S. interests. We kicked China out of the Panama Canal to prevent them from holding a crucial shipping choke point in our hemisphere. We arrested Nicolas Maduro in the dead of night to prevent China from having access and control over the largest oil reserves in the world. which happen to be in our hemisphere. We are cracking down on the cartels in Mexico because they are importing the precursors of fentanyl from China to send into our country to kill Americans. And now we are fiercely focused on acquiring Greenland to prevent China from establishing a presence in the Arctic. And the Prime Minister of Canada thought it was a good idea to go to China, not merely to enact a trade deal, but
this brother dropping it. See, some people know the truth. The Most High always gonna have people who speak the truth. You understand? He allowed me to find it. This brother gets the chess game. He gets the chessboard, the world stage play. He get the chill. I don't think they're that stupid. There's no way that Canadian Prime Minister could be that stupid. I don't think that was, yeah. He just dropped it. He dropped the whole thing. That's exactly what they're doing. Every move that they're making is strategic, geopolitical, stronghold moves to secure our new nation state thing that's coming, right? So, all right, let's continue.
Thought it was a good idea to go to China. And the Prime Minister of Canada thought it was a good idea to go to China, not merely to enact a trade deal, but to publicly announce that he is partnering with China to try and overthrow United States hegemony. And he clarifies that's exactly what he meant when a reporter asks him what the New World Order means.
Prime Minister Brian.
So now, this the same Prime Minister. A reporter is going to ask him, what does that mean? Now, let's see. Is he going to double down?
What the New World Order means.
Prime Minister Brian Platt with Bloomberg News. Yesterday, when you met with Premier Lee, one of the things you said in the public remarks was this partnership with Canada and China, this new partnership, sets us up well for the New World Order. What did you mean by that? What is the New World Order?
Well, it's a great question, Brian, because I think the world is still determining what that order is going to be. And let's be clear what we're talking about first and foremost, which is what is going to govern global trade? What is the role of the WTO going to be? How important are bilateral deals such as the one we're developing, plurilateral deals, if I can use that term, Trans-Pacific Partnership?
Hi, Isaac, I think they fronting too. There's no way they can't be. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's because it's like suicide, right? Oh, sorry, I can't say that word. it's unaliving yourself. I already said the word. I said a huge flag word, right? They gotta be fronting. They gotta be fronting.
Trans-Pacific Partnership, that term, Trans-Pacific Partnership, we're developing.
Trans-Pacific Partnership with China. You got to be tripping. All right, let's continue.
Bilateral deals such as the one we're developing, plurilateral deals, if I can use that term, Trans-Pacific Partnership, potential linkages between Trans-Pacific Partnership and the EU. Where is financial regulation, payment system regulation going to fit into that? All of these aspects, I mean, use fancy word, like the architecture, the multilateral system that has been developing these is being eroded, to use a polite term, undercut, use another term. So the question is, what gets built in that place?
So Canada, like all of Europe, is...
He's correct. All of the old, so he just used different words. He said all of the old, like, connections that they used to are being cut. And he's saying what's going to be built on the new road. He's correct. That's what I meant. That's why I said all those old covenant agreements, they all came to pass. You know how things got expiration date? They all 2026. I think January 2026 with expiration date for all that, at least for America. And everybody else follow suit because rest of them got to follow suit. When America move, they move just like that, right? So he's correct. So I think he's fronting. He got to be fronting. He's tricking them to make them think so he can get closer. And I don't think China is going to fall for it. So he's playing a crazy game because China and Russia and them is not stupid. So I don't know what's going down, right? But all right, we'll see. Well, I'm covered from the Most High, so either way. But anyway, let's continue.
All of Europe is revealing that they were never truly our friends. They were never our allies. They were just willing to tolerate us as long as we ran at massive trade deficits to prop up their economy. But the one time in 80 years after World War II that we say, hey guys, can we do things that are a little bit more in America's interest? These countries throw a tantrum and betray us and backstab us. Europe was totally fine holding their hand out and begging us for infinite money to defend them from Russia. And the moment we say, okay, we need Greenland to help defend you from Russia, they want to act like they're ready to go to war with us. But they have none of that smoke for Vladimir Putin. They all turned their back on us the moment it was no longer beneficial to be our friends. The moment we ask for fairness instead of this extremely lopsided relationship, they're ready to go jump in bed with our biggest enemy. China doesn't believe in human rights. China sent their entire Muslim population of Uyghurs to concentration camps. China violates global free trade agreements by using state subsidies to undercut competitors and put entire industries out of business. China has committed espionage for decades against the West, stealing business secrets, research secrets, military secrets, spying on politicians. China has destroyed entire marine life ecosystems across South America.
Facts. Y'all remember with China killing all those whales and just,
by overfishing and violating international agreements. And the Prime Minister of Canada even said a few months ago, China was the biggest national security threat to Canada. And a reporter asks him if he still believes that after so eagerly jumping in bed with the Chinese.
New Prime Minister, less than a year ago, you said that China was the biggest security threat to Canada. Do you still believe that?
The security landscape continues to change. And in a world that's more dangerous and divided, we face many threats. That's the reality. And the job, my responsibilities as Prime Minister, the job of the government, is to manage those threats. You manage those threats by building resilience, building security. You manage those threats through alliances. You manage those threats through engagement. And we're pursuing all of those. And I would say that, well, the threat environment has increased. The risks have multiplied. So too has our resilience and our engagement, which is protecting Canadians on balance.
But does that threat from China still exist?
I'll refer to my previous answer.
She said, that was a good, she said, you said all that mumbo jumbo, you ain't answered the question. Does the threat from China still exist? Yes or no? Yeah, it do. But he can't answer it because I think he playing chess. I just can't see him being that stupid. He got to be playing chess.
Thank you, Chairman Zhao Leji, for receiving me, my ministers, and our delegate.
So now this is Canada speaking to China. All right? This is them speaking to China.
Thank you, Chairman Zhao Leji, for receiving me, my ministers, and our delegation. This is indeed a very important meeting and the most auspicious start to the new year and to a new era of relations between Canada and China. We're heartened by the leadership of President Xi Jinping and the speed with which our relationship has progressed in recent months. This sets the stage for these important discussions on a wide range of issues where we can be strategic partners, from energy to agriculture to people ties.
Bro, I hope this is not real. If this is, but the Most High gonna cover y'all. Shout out to Gulf Island Rock. Some of my ministry members is in Canada too. We got quite a few of our ministry members that are in Canada, my brothers and sisters. And yes, I hope he's playing chess with this, and because if he believes this, he's screwing his country over. Literally. He's screwing. Yeah, we do good content, so you'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it, King. Oh, I'm sorry. I think you probably a brother. I don't mean to say if you're a sister. I apologize. I don't know. All right, but I hope this is not. I hope he's playing chess. All right, and yeah, because a lot of y'all keep saying, my brothers and sisters from Canada keep saying how wicked he is. So he could be. This could be real, but oh man, this is a bad move. This is a bad move, bro.
To multilateralism, to issues on security, to people-to-people ties, to agriculture, to people-to-people ties, to multilateralism, to issues on security. And we believe that the spirit and the substance of these discussions and these agreements will provide great benefit to each of our peoples, but also provide an example to the world of cooperation amidst a time globally of division and disorder.
The Canadians just committed
a time of division and global disorder. That's what's happening right now. Separation of the pieces. I hope he didn't make the wrong chess move, because he think he can trust China. He tripping. He really tripping.
National suicide simply because they didn't want to show the United States any good faith reciprocity. Every United States committed national suicide simply because they didn't want to show the United States any good faith reciprocity. Every year, Americans buy hundreds of billions of dollars of more stuff from Canada than they buy from us, for no reason at all other than to be nice to our neighbors to the north. And instead of recalibrating that relationship like good allies would, they just gave us two middle fingers and went and cozied up with the communists. But one of the provisions in their agreement was opening up the Canadian market to cheap Chinese electric vehicles. And the Premier of Ontario destroyed the Prime Minister, not just because this decision is going to get Canada invaded by America, but in the meantime, it's also going to kill Canada's auto industry.
Absolutely not. Didn't have any consultation, didn't consult with any of the automakers. This is going to be terrible.
So this is the head of the automobile such and such in Canada, and he said, like, absolutely not. He's not in agreement with what Carney just did with China. He said they didn't consult with none of us. They don't agree with it. All right? This the automobile dude or whatever.
Consult with any of the automakers.
He said they didn't consult with any of the automakers.
Be terrible for not only just all the people of Ontario, but especially the auto manufacturers, the supply chain. We're letting China into a market that's going to have lower tariffs than our largest market, the U.S., and I don't think that's going to go over too well with President Trump, but it's going to hurt every single auto manufacturer, every single supply chain that has anything to do with the auto sector.
This is a smart man. That man said, but now he has passed that Carney. Oh, that's who this is? I don't know who this is. But what he just said right there was smart. He said, and I don't think it's going to go over well with we said Trump, but with America, it's not. Because if this is actually true, then you just sided with my enemy. That's crazy. That's not smart, bro. That's not, I don't care no matter what, that's not smart.
It was not thought out properly. It wasn't consulted.
He said it wasn't thought out properly. It wasn't consulted.
It was a knee-jerk reaction as far as I'm concerned. And this is going to be a big, big problem.
I hope it's not real. I hope he's just working something with the orange dude and he playing chess, and our ally Canada is still down with us. Honestly. But my brothers and sisters and the righteous that are in Canada, the Most High going to cover you. As I said, let your righteous acts outweigh your unrighteous acts, and you'll be covered from any of this darkness. Now, that was the Canada part. Now I got a funny clip from this is gonna be funny. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna show this clip, and then we're gonna see something that's really funny. All right, but it's real true, but it's hilarious. All right, this it's gonna be good. Now we're gonna get to what what I was gonna start with, but I guess the Most High wanted me to start with Canada. All right, 'cause I was gonna start with the other thing first, but the Most High must have said nope, start there. All right, so here we go. So let me find it. I'm gonna do this one first, right? I'm gonna just share this YouTube tab. I ain't have time to download it, so I'm gonna just show it straight off YouTube, right? This is an intro clip that's gonna bring in where we're going. Some of y'all heard this, but I want to show this because where we're going is going because we did Canada, China, United States, and now Somalia. Share this tab instead, right? Some of y'all seen this clip, but don't worry, I'm about to show y'all stuff y'all never seen. You know, I always do that. We never just show stuff everybody else show. All right. So I'm showing this just so I can, this is a pre where I'm going. All right. Because this, all right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We reacting off the video. All right. I'm gonna make it full screen. All right, here we go.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys?
That's the little dude that went over to Greenland too, right? So he's over now in Somalia. He the one who kind of broke the whole Somalia thing kind of open for the new round of it now, right? The fraud, right? About that it started with the that daycare center that couldn't spell the word learning. It said the Learning Center, right? That was him. This is the dude that was in Greenland, right? All right.
We'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place?
They live on a small island in the North Pacific. Shout out to you. Glad to meet you. I'm glad that the Most High brought us together. I mean, look forward to going through more. We got you enjoy the channel. It's going to be a lot of good info, and I try to bring news early, right away. And I'm gonna be putting more videos. I'm trying to work away because there's so much happening. I need to have my content coming out more. I just do so much, but I'll figure out something. But anyway, now this is going somewhere, right? This little clip ain't that. I'm bringing this in because where I'm going, this is gonna make sense, right?
Here in Minnesota.
A bombshell viral video purports to have cracked open a crucial part of the.
So this. The reason why I'm showing this, I had to find the clip that's kind of the beginning of this round of exposing what the Somalians did, right? So this right here was supposed to be the daycare center, right? And it says Quality Learning Center. They couldn't even spell learning. I know some of y'all probably saw this is an old clip now, right? And then later they changed the sign and put learning. So this was not a learning center for children. They got millions. I forgot how much millions they got. I think they got 1.8 million came through here. I'm about to show y'all clips that y'all haven't seen at all. You know how I do. Watch this. This is going to be crazy work right now. All right. We just getting started. All right. Here we go. This is what I was going to start with, but it's all good. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect.
Viral video.
Think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota.
A bombshell viral video purports to have cracked open a crucial part of the alleged Somali aid scheme in Minnesota, as federal investigators say as much as $9 billion could have been stolen in fraudulent schemes within the state. The aftermath has since garnered intense backlash aimed at state leadership, with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz desperately defending himself.
Right. So Minnesota has been taken over from the Somalians. This is the governor, Tim Walz, right? He was running for president and stuff too. Got his butt kicked, I think, by Kamala or something, right? And then their mayor was the other dude. And then they got the Somali senator, well, she don't call herself black, Somali. Ilhan, I should have wrote her name down. Ilhan or something. And then they got the other dude who was running for mayor, the other Somali dude. And they're all in it. Yeah, he was running for vice president. Thank you. They all in it, right? They all in it. Now, so Tim Walz and they got over $19 billion since the COVID, right? But they was doing it before COVID. It just really came to light. Ilhan Omar. Let me write her name. Ilhan, right? Watch this. It's gonna be crazy. I got some stuff I'm gonna show y'all you ain't seen yet. All right, y'all know the Most High, He has us bring stuff you never seen. All right, here we go. I'm just showing this so we can get the cast of characters, right? Because we going somewhere. All right.
Against ever-growing allegations.
Going somewhere, Delara Shah. Cast the characters. Tim Walsh, right? Under fire over alleged Somali daycare scheme in Minnesota.
Here's everything you need to know. On December 26th, YouTuber Nick Shirley shared a 42-minute video of himself and a Minnesotan named David traveling around Minneapolis and visiting multiple child care and learning sites allegedly owned by Somali immigrants and receiving millions in taxpayer dollars.
1.604 million in fiscal year 2025. This place right here.
However, the pair discovered that many were either shuttered.
So this place got 1.6 million. Now this is free money that they're getting from the government, from the Somali. They found a loophole. Yep, this is like last night's study, but last night's study was with the Wish people, right? But this one, we can't do that on YouTube. That would be on our Patreon, right? We get striked over here because they got a little loophole, but it ain't as legal as their loophole is actually legal, right? It's this Hasidic community upstate New York, but the Somalis, theirs is illegal, all right? So they found a loophole to just milk autism, milk daycare centers, milk home elderly care, and so they'll start the LLC started, and because they got the government, they got the Ilham and them is in the centers, and they was just giving them the money, right? $1 million next year, $2 million next year, $10 million, and they was pocketing all the money, these fools, and sending the money back to Africa, sending it back. We about to show everything. Oh, it's going down. This is going to be good. And I got a clip coming in a second. All right. So this is the tie-in, the walk-in. All right. So right here, he's at this daycare center, but it's closed. It ain't no kids, ain't open, but they got 1.something million. Right.
This place right here.
However, the pair discovered that many were either shuttered entirely with blacked out windows, despite signage indicating they were open, or were helmed by staff who refused to participate in the video.
Can I speak to a manager?
Most of the sites, which claimed to be licensed for dozens of children each, had no children inside whatsoever.
Did you see that building? And a lot of these buildings look like warehouses. There ain't no kids gonna be there. And that one got 3.4 million. So this little rinky thing, they was giving, America's foolish. They was giving these people this million, and these people were putting it in their pockets. These people were getting filthy. All right, I'm gonna show y'all what they was doing with it, because y'all know I got the hookup. Y'all know I got the fruit. I'm about to show y'all where it went. I'm gonna show y'all exactly what they was doing with these billions. They took now it's up to like 19 billion. I'm gonna show y'all what they did with it.
Of children each had no children inside whatsoever.
Can you tell us why there are no children? Have you ever seen children at this child care center?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Doesn't know if she's ever seen a child here.
One infamous location called Quality Learning Center, which displays a misspelled sign reading Quality Leering Center, also features blacked out windows. The center is supposed to account for 99 children. However, a local resident of 8 years revealed he's never seen a child go in or out of the building.
Where are the children?
I don't see them. I've been here since 2017. I haven't seen anybody like
Never
that here.
seen a child here.
No.
Shirley even asked multiple sites if he would be able to have his child join, only to be denied at the door.
Can I get paperwork or anything to submit my son, little Joey, to come in here to daycare? Would my son, little Joey, have friends to play with here? No.
The mega viral
So
video
how are you a daycare center getting millions? Let's continue.
has since spread like wildfire on social media, garnering over 100 million views on X alone. On Fox News' The Big Weekend Show, Shirley joked that the alleged scheme was so obvious that a kindergartner could figure out there was fraud going on.
So there better be change because, like I said, we work way too hard to be paying taxes. We work way too hard to be not knowing where our money's going. And at the end of the day, the people in the government, they work for us. We don't
All
work.
right, so now let's go. So I just wanted to bring that little part just to give y'all up to date, just to show that, because most of that's news that's already out there. Now I'm going to get to news that ain't out there. Y'all know what we do. Before I get too late, I'm going to get this exclusive. Y'all know we will always bring exclusives. No matter what, I always bring exclusives. Most of y'all give me exclusives. All right, here we go. Now, that started it, this round of it, that exposure. And here we go. Now, I got a funny clip for y'all. I found something funny. Y'all know we like to laugh. This is hilarious. All right, here we go. Where is it? I'm putting my clip number 1. There you go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. I'm laughing already. For educational purposes only. This is gonna start out. We about to expose some things. Now we about to go somewhere, Dolores, y'all. We about to expose some things. Share this tab instead. Make it full screen. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We just reacted to the video. Copyright disclaimers. Now we going Somalia in the invasion. Canada versus the U.S., China versus the U.S., Somalia versus the U.S. Let's go, Somalians. What y'all doing, Minnesota? Stand up. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers.
Minnesota, beautiful state. Cold as heck. They said, sir, it's -40. I'm here because billions have vanished. And nobody finds things better than me. Found Hillary's emails, found Atlantis. Very easy, actually. Just had to think, which I do very well. Now I'm finding Minnesota's stolen money.
All right, so the orange dude is landing at the Quality Learning Center. Shout out to Saudi T. You right on time for the funny. All right? So the orange dude's going to check out the Learning Center. Look at the orange dude. He said he found everything. He said he good at finding things. Let's go.
Okay, first of all, Learing, Learing. This is a learning center that doesn't know how to spell learning. And Tim Walz gave them $4 million. $4 million. I wouldn't give him $4 for a dictionary. Hello? Anybody teaching kids in there? Any kids to teach? I see a tumbleweed. There's actually a tumbleweed rolling through the daycare in Minnesota.
Mr. President, welcome to Minnesota. Beautiful day. We've been working tremendously hard on this fraud issue.
That's Tim Walz, the governor.
You betcha.
You lost $18 billion. How do you lose $18 billion, Tim? I lose my car keys, maybe my reading glasses, not $18 billion.
Now, that's not entirely accurate.
You know what is accurate? Ilhan Omar's brain is as empty as a Somalia daycare center.
Mr. President, we've been conducting audits and implementing new oversight.
Audits? Tim, the building is called Quality Learning Center. They can't spell learning, and you gave them millions to teach children. Look at this place. It's emptier than Tim Walz's list of accomplishments. There's nothing here. Not a crayon, not a toy, not a tiny chair, just sadness and fraud. This is the saddest thing I've seen since Kamala tried to explain what a Venn diagram is, and it probably cost taxpayers $50,000. Believe me, folks.
Mr. President, the federal government handles immigration and visas, not the state.
Tim, don't start with a federal government thing. You're the governor. You govern. It's in the name. You can't just take a nap while people steal billions.
I wasn't napping.
You picked Kamala as your running mate, Tim. You were definitely napping.
I heard shouting. Is this about me? Oh, it's you.
Ilhan, just the woman I wanted to see. Quick question. What's the Somali word for empty building that receives millions of dollars?
Yo, I told y'all I found y'all something real funny. This is classic. Do you see what she got on her head wrap? Learing Center. Yeah, this is classic. All right, hold on. He said it's in the name, fool. Governor.
You picked Kamala as your running mate, Tim. You were definitely napping.
I heard shouting. Is this about me? Oh, it's you.
Ilhan, just the woman I wanted to see. Quick question. What's the Somali word for empty building that receives millions of dollars? Because you seem to have a lot of those.
That's incredibly offensive. The Somali
Let me stop you right there. I'm standing in a building called Quality Learning Center, Lear. Can you spell learning for me?
Learn.
Great. You're more qualified than this daycare, and they got $4 million.
This is discrimination.
Discrimination? Against who? People who can't spell? There's no protected class for bad spelling. Ilhan, I checked with my lawyers.
Mr. President, these are serious allegations against an entire community.
Feeding our future, Tim, $250 million stolen. And some genius tried to bribe a juror with a literal sack of money like a cartoon villain, like Scrooge McDuck, except Scrooge McDuck was smart. This guy? Stupid. Very stupid. Even the Hamburglar would say that's too obvious. And now I'm hungry.
Some of my constituents were wrongly accused.
Wrongly accused? Ilhan. They found cash in suitcases, under mattresses, stuffed in vents. One guy bought 3 luxury cars for a food program. What were the kids eating Ferraris?
Well, the vast majority of Somali Minnesotans are law-abiding.
Then where are they? Where are the kids, Tim? This is a daycare. It should have children. Instead, it has crickets and a sad balloon. See? Even the balloon knows this is fraud.
You can't just blame an entire community for.
I'm not blaming the community, Ilhan. I'm blaming you and Tim the tampon. You two are like security guards who let the bank robbers borrow the vault key. Here you go.
Hold on. He said, I'm blaming you and Tim the tampon. Shout out to Yaleen. Yaleen, you're on the vertical stream if you want to be there. We over on the other stream. That's hilarious. He said, I'm blaming you. That's how the orange do. Orange do straight to the point. He like, I'm blaming you and Tim the tampon.
I'm not blaming the community, Ilhan. I'm blaming you and Tim the tampon. You two are like security guards who let the bank robbers borrow the vault key. Here you go. Bring it back when you're done stealing.
I had nothing to do with this.
Really? Because every audit got killed by you. You're like a reverse Batman. Bruce Wayne, great guy, does a lot for Gotham, except Batman catches criminals and you warn them. The feds are coming. Delete everything.
That's not. I never.
Ilhan, you married your brother.
I did not marry my brother.
Well, you did something weird. I don't know what it was, but it was weird. Ilhan, you're a stupid person. You really are. Stupid, garbage person. And you hate America.
I don't hate America.
You called it the worst country in the world.
I was talking about specific policies.
If it's so bad, go back to Somalia. See if you can run an empty daycare there. Oh, wait, you can't because Somalia doesn't have 18 billion to steal.
Mr. President.
Yo, this is crazy, yo. You dropping bombs. He said, go back to Somalia then. He said, oh, wait, you can't because they ain't got 18 billion to steal. Let's go,
empty
baby. Empty
daycare there. If it's so bad, go back to Somalia. See if you can run an empty daycare there. Oh, wait, you can't because Somalia doesn't have 18 billion to steal.
Mr. President, this rhetoric is...
Tim, shut up. You lost to me. You lost to Vance. You lost to life. You're a human participation trophy.
He said what I just said last night in a Bible study. He called Tim a human participation trophy. Remember last night in the study I said they made America so weak we don't even give out trophies no more. I think it was last night. I don't know what I said they don't even give out trophies no more, right? I'm like everybody gets a participation trophy, right? No winners and losers. He said you're a human participation trophy. Yo, this is so classic, bro. I swear this is classic.
Mr. President, this rhetoric is...
Tim, shut up. You lost to me. You lost to Vance. You lost to life. You're a human participation trophy. A rake. There's a rake in the daycare closet. What kind of daycare has a rake? Were they teaching the kids landscaping? I'm surprised Tim hasn't stepped on it yet. This looks like where Tim Walz goes to. Think about his life choices.
That's uncalled for.
You know what this reminds me of? The Haitians.
What?
In Springfield, Ohio. Eating the cats and eating the dogs. All types of cats and dogs. Big dogs, little dogs, poodles, Dalmatians, the ones with the spots, beautiful dogs.
Shout out to my Haitian brothers and sisters. Sorry for this. Sorry for that. All right, let's continue.
I'm a big fan of dogs, by the way. Love dogs. Not so much the cats. Hillary's more of a cat person. Says a lot about her, doesn't it? But the Haitians, they don't discriminate. They'll eat anything. Very equal opportunity.
Oh my God, that was debunked, you fascist.
Was it, Ilhan? Was it? Because I heard there's still missing cats in Springfield. Fluffy, Mr. Whiskers, gone. Just like Minnesota is missing billions. Different scam, same story. People come here, don't assimilate, and suddenly everything disappears.
Somalis aren't eating cats.
No, you're eating money, which is worse. At least the Haitians were hungry. You guys are just greedy.
Mr. President, this is getting out of hand.
Sir, we've searched 53 daycares.
And
47 are completely empty. 3 have tumbleweeds. And 1 had just a guy playing Xbox.
Xbox? What game?
Call of Duty, sir.
Call of Duty. Love that game. I'm ranked #1 globally. A lot of people don't know that. The Navy SEALs study my gameplay. They said, sir, you're better than our training simulations. I said, I know.
Sir, we found Mako Child Care Center.
And?
Closed since 2022, but still receiving payments.
They're paying ghost daycares, buildings that don't exist. Tim, would you pay a ghost? I wouldn't. Although Casper seems nice, very polite ghost. And Slimer? I'd hire Slimer immediately to slime the squad. AOC, Ilhan, all of them covered in slime.
We're working with federal authorities too.
You're working with nobody. You're just standing there like a confused crossing guard. At least the crossing guard keeps kids safe. You just make sure 4th grade boys have access to tampons. Great priorities, Tim. Ladies and gentlemen.
Goodness, yo, I can't. Hold on. This is just so classic. Also, I tell y'all, like, I had one for y'all. I got some for y'all. I got a lot for y'all. Hold on, let me put that back, though. You said you stand there like a confused crossing guard.
You're working with nobody. You're just all of them. Polite ghost. And Slimer? I'd hire Slimer immediately to slime the squad. AOC, Ilhan, all of them covered in slime.
We're working with federal authorities too.
You're working with nobody. You're just standing there like a confused crossing guard. At least the crossing guard keeps kids safe. You just make sure 4th grade boys have access to tampons. Great priorities, Tim. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, and I use that term very loosely because you're mostly fake news, total disasters. We've uncovered the biggest fraud maybe ever, bigger than Enron, bigger than Jasmine Crockett's accent. This could be the biggest fraud in history.
Mr. President, how much money was stolen?
Great question. Billions with a B, like Barron, who's doing great, by the way. Very tall, very high IQ, going to be running things soon.
Yo, they killing the Trump stuff. They killing it. The way he just go, and he does that every time he talk about something. He said, like Barron with a B. He's doing great, by the way. Very tall, very good grades. I got good genes. He's going to do well in life. Follows after his father. His father's a great man. People write about him. Trump is so crazy. He just goes off on tangents on everything. Yo, they killing the Trump. Yo, this is so dope.
Great question. Billions with a B, like Barron, who's doing great, by the way. Very tall, very high IQ, going to be running things soon. Some say it's 1 billion. Some say 18 billion. Some people are telling me science hasn't invented a number high enough yet. We might need to create new math for this.
That's not how it worked.
And Kristi Noem, beautiful woman, tremendous secretary, doing an incredible job. She told me 50% of the visas in Minnesota are fraudulent. 50. That means half the people here aren't even real. They're like Mr. Snuffleupagus. Remember him? Big elephant thing on Sesame Street. Nobody could see him. Or Bing Bong from that movie. We love Bing Bong, by the way. Very sad what happened to him. These people.
Hold on. Yeah, he said we need new math Because he said 19 billion. He said we need to make new math. He said like snuffleupagus. He said like Bing Bong. We like Bing Bong. He said sad what happened to Bing Bong. Who is Bing Bong? I don't even know what cartoon that is. I know snuffleupagus. That's Sesame Street. Oh my goodness, this is so classic. I don't even know who Bing Bong is. Hold on, I gotta put that back. Yo, his rants. Trump is the funniest president to ever exist in eternity. Oh my goodness.
The people here aren't even real. They're like Mr. Snuffleupagus. Remember him? Big 50. That means half the people here aren't even real. They're like Mr. Snuffleupagus. Remember him? Big elephant thing on Sesame Street. Nobody could see him. Or Bing Bong from that movie. We love Bing Bong, by the way. Very sad what happened to him. These people are like that imaginary, but they're cashing real checks.
That statistic is unverified.
Oh, it's verified, Ilhan. Very verified. Just like it's verified. You're a garbage person. That's right. Garbage. You hate America. You do nothing but complain. You probably even hate America. Ferrera, wonderful actress. By the way, Ugly Betty. She really carried that show. Tremendous talent.
He said you probably even hate America Ferrera, that actress who played on Ugly Betty. I couldn't figure out like, oh, that. Yeah, this is so classic. All right, hold on.
Ferrera, wonderful actress. Complain. You probably even hate America. Ferrera, wonderful actress. By the way, Ugly Betty. She really carried that show. Tremendous talent. But you just complain. Go back to Somalia.
I am an American citizen.
Then act like it. Where's the money? Racist. Why is the building empty? Islamophobia. You've got one trick and it's older than Biden's shoes, which are Velcro, by the way. Can't tie laces anymore. True story. Very high level people told me this. He sits there going, rip, rip with the Velcro. It's actually sad.
Mr. President, what's
Yo, how did he just go off on Biden? He said Biden wear Velcro shoes, by the way. He just sits there all day, rip, rip. He said, true story. I got people high up, they told me. Yo, he is killing the Trump. I swear he's killing the Trump. So I know this is good, right? When I found it, I said, oh, I got something for y'all tonight. I got something funny for y'all tonight. I said, oh my goodness. I was gonna start early with this too. And but I guess the most I had me do what I had to do. All right. So anyway, he just went off on Biden. He roasted everything.
Why is the building empty? Islamophobia. You've got one trick and it's older than Biden's shoes, which are Velcro, by the way. Can't tie laces anymore. True story. Very high level people told me this. He sits there going, rip, rip with the Velcro. It's actually sad.
Mr. President, what's your plan?
Great question. Very smart. I'm revoking temporary protected status for all Somalis, freezing all federal child care payments to Minnesota, and sending the FBI to raid every single daycare.
You can't just freeze.
Watch me, Tim. I'm the captain now. Great movie, by the way. Even with washed up, low IQ Tom Hanks. Very sad. I'm also sending you to Congress, House Oversight Committee, January 7th. They want to know how you lost $18 billion. Bring notes, tampon. You're going to need them. This is what winning looks like.
He said, bring notes, tampon. You're going to need them. He keep calling them tampon. Yo, this is crazy work. I know this laugh is everything, and now I can get to the deep stuff. So that's, but this is so classic.
Notes, tampon. Oversight Committee. So sending, even with washed up, low IQ Tom Hanks. Very sad. I'm also sending you to Congress, House Oversight Committee, January 7th. They want to know how you lost $18 billion. Bring notes, tampon. You're going to need them. This is what winning looks like. Beautiful.
He said, this is what winning looks like. So he got his ice and they went up to a daycare. Hold on. Daycare excellence. Child care with a K. Excellent. Yeah, this is crazy work. All right, let's continue. So ICE is coming to raid this daycare.
Beautiful raids, the best raids ever. Better than the Departed raid scene. That was good, but this is real.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I know I'm too loud. I'm sorry. Y'all just, I like to laugh. I just gotta enjoy myself. The world is too dark. You gotta have some laughter sometime. That was crazy. Did you see the one sitting in the chair when he jumped? Hold on, I gotta put that back. We don't. Look what it says, daycare worker. And it's daycare with a K on his shirt. Oh, goodness. He jumped up and took off. Oh, my goodness. Yo, this is crazy classic. This is really funny, bro. I'm sorry. This is really funny. All right.
Looks like. Beautiful raids, the best raids ever. Better than the Departed raid scene. That was good, but this is real.
You're destroying innocent lives. Families are scared.
Innocent? Ilhan. This building got $4 million. You know what's in here? Nothing. Not even a Vikings poster. They drafted me, by the way, second round. Could have gone first. I've seen more educational value in a porta potty. At least those have instructions.
This is ethnic targeting.
Ethnic targeting? No. This is fraud targeting. If other ethnicities want to commit fraud, I'll investigate them too. I'm an equal opportunity fraud investigator. Very fair. The fairest when I was handing out
I'm an equal opportunity fraud investigator. Yeah, this is so classic, bro.
This is fraud.
This is ethnic targeting.
Ethnic targeting? No. This is fraud targeting. If other ethnicities want to commit fraud, I'll investigate them too. I'm an equal opportunity fraud investigator. Very fair. The fairest when I was handing out Halloween candy, best candy on the block, by the way. Full-size Snickers kids would come up and say,
Yo, I love how they nail in Trump. Because what they doing is every time Trump say something, he give himself, Trump is his own cheerleader, right? Every time Trump say something, Trump, he like, oh, it's like my Halloween candy. Best candy on the block, by the way. And then he always got the best of everything. Trump was with Jesus. He's like, I was with Jesus, by the way. I taught him how to, I gave him his sandals that he was walking in. You know, it's they nailing this Trump thing. All right, let me continue.
I'll investigate them. No, this is fraud targeting. If other ethnicities want to commit fraud, I'll investigate them too. I'm an equal opportunity fraud investigator. Very fair. The fairest when I was handing out Halloween candy, best candy on the block, by the way. Full-size Snickers kids would come up and say, sir, you're being too fair. You gave Tommy 3 bars. I said, he had a better costume.
Mr. President, Minnesota has always...
Yo, they killing it because he always so honest too, right? Because that's how he is. He just says it. Everything is just blurted out and it's just raw, right? So he said, you giving away full-size Snickers. Hey, you giving it, he said, because his costume better than yours. That's yo, this is so classic. I'm sorry. I'm going to try not to stop it again. I love stuff like this.
Kids would come up and say, sir, you're being too fair. Halloween candy, best candy on the block, by the way. Full-size Snickers kids would come up and say, "Sir, you're being too fair. You gave Tommy 3 bars." I said, he had a better costume.
Mr. President, Minnesota has always been a welcoming state.
Welcoming to fraud. Tim, you're the Motel 6 of fraud. We'll leave the light on for you. Tom Bodette. Remember him? Great voice. Tremendous voice. We had dinner once. He said, "Mr. Trump, I love your hotels." I said, "Tom, my hotels lock the doors. You just leave everything wide open."
That's very unfair.
You know what's unfair?
Y'all killing it. His own PR team. He his own hype man. He his own. He just, yo, they is nailing this. He said the Motel 6 of fraud. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm put that back. I can't stop stopping it, Judge. It's so
We had dinner.
funny.
Leave the light on for you.
It's been a welcoming state.
Welcoming to fraud. Tim, you're the Motel 6 of fraud. We'll leave the light on for you. Tom Bodette. Remember him? Great voice. Tremendous voice. We had dinner once. He said, "Mr. Trump."
So I think what he did, because Motel 6 logo is "We'll leave a light on for you," and then it must be some song singer, but Tom Bodette must got a song called "Leave the Light On for You" or something. So he just be rambling. His rambles are a trip. Right? Oh my goodness, I love this.
Always been a welcoming state.
Welcoming to fraud. Tim, you're the Motel 6 of fraud. We'll leave the light on for you. Tom Bodette. Remember him? Great voice. Tremendous voice. We had dinner once. He said, "Mr. Trump, I love your hotels." I said, "Tom, my hotels lock the doors. You just leave everything wide open."
That's very unfair.
You know what's unfair? Taxpayers getting robbed while fraudsters buy mansions. You let it happen because you're stupid and complicit. You're stuplicit. New word. I invented it just now. Gonna trademark it. Webster's will put your face in the dictionary. Stuplicit noun, C. Walls, Tim.
Mr. President,
He just said stuplicitous. I just made her know. Webster's gonna put it in the dictionary. Stuplicitous, C. Tim. Oh my goodness.
We had dinner once. He said, "Mr. Trump, I love your hotels." I said, "Tom, my hotels lock the doors. You just leave everything wide open."
that's very unfair.
You know what's unfair? Taxpayers getting robbed while fraudsters buy mansions. You let it happen because you're stupid and complicit. You're stuplicit. New word. I invented it just now. Gonna trademark it. Webster's will put your face in the dictionary. Stuplicit noun, C. Walls, Tim.
Mr. President, I really think.
There it is. Called it earlier. I said, surprised Tim hasn't stepped on it yet. And what does he do? Steps on it. Unbelievable. I'm like Nostradamus. Knew him very well, by the way. Good man. Loved my steaks.
Said he knew Nostradamus. This reminds me of that comedian that they be saying. I forgot his name now. He always saying he knew everybody. He said Nostradamus. I knew him, by the way. Good man. He said he loved my steaks.
What does he do? Steps on. Called it earlier. I said, surprised Tim hasn't stepped on it yet. And what does he do? Steps on it. Unbelievable. I'm like Nostradamus. Knew him very well, by the way. Good man. Loved my steaks. Trump steaks. Said, sir, these are the best steaks I've ever predicted. This is your vice presidential candidate, America. Unbelievable.
This is ridiculous.
You know what's ridiculous, Ilhan? $18 billion missing. Tim, you're testifying January 7th. Bring ice for your face. Ilhan, you're garbage. We've established this.
He said bring ice for your face. Oh, hold on.
Tim, you're testifying January 7th. Bring ice for your face. Ilhan, you're garbage. We've established this. And to everyone at home, empty daycare, jail. Can't spell. Super jail. If you're a ghost getting checks, ghost jail.
Hold up, boy. He said it to everybody at home, all the Somalis. He said, child care with no kids, jail. If you can't spell, super jail.
$18 billion missing. Tim, you're testifying January 7th. Bring ice for your face. Ilhan, you garbage. We've established this. And to everyone at home, empty daycare, jail. Can't spell? Super jail. If you're a ghost getting checks, ghost jail. I'm keeping this as evidence. This rake has done more for Minnesota than Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar combined. At least the rake works.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That was comedic gold. Facts. That was comedic gold. Stitches. When I found that for y'all, I was like, he said ghost getting checks, he going to ghost jail. I said, I got one for him tonight. We're gonna get it live tonight. Oh my goodness, that was amazing. Praise the Most High. All right, now let's get to the real. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's see what the orange dude's talking about. Is he being facetious? Is he not telling the truth? Right here, what y'all about to witness right now, y'all know what we do. We going somewhere, Delaware, y'all. Get in the bus, bam, bam. Time to expose these fools. Ante up, kid, expose these fools. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This video clip right here is the video clip when Ilhan Omar, the senator, the Somali senator, became got her announced her position in the Senate. This was her celebration, what the Somalis did back then. How did she get it? Because the Somalis used a trick of it's dark intelligence. It was smart of becoming one and having one goal and mission was to succeed and take over. And they took over Minnesota by numbers. They were smart enough to realize that America is run by politics, and each state individually, especially democratically, it's all about these lying politicians, and it's all numerical, right? Gematria, it's all numbers. So if we get all the Somalians who got what's the name in, right? Who came in from the what they call that relief? I forgot what they call that word, right? They started moving Somalians from all over America. If you're in Washington, D.C., come to Minnesota. If you're in Virginia, New York, come to Minnesota. California, everybody moved to this one city so that our numbers can be expansive. And once we get our numbers higher than the white people's numbers, then we become a strong voting bloc, refugees. Everybody listen. Then they become a voting bloc. And they are one, Somalians. They are ahayad. They are very arrogant and very prideful. And it's a dark pride, right? Because it leads to sin, right? It leads to them thinking they're better than everyone. But they're oneness. They're one. Black people, we not one. We can't be one. We crabs in the barrel. The Hebrews or the natural brand, original blacks, whatever y'all think y'all are, right? We two crabs in the barrel, right? They're not crabs in the barrel. So they came together as one, and they got their numbers up in Minnesota to over 80,000. And they made the move from all, and then the new ones who come. So send everybody from Somalia. We're building, and they start living. And so they took over this city. And with the numbers, now you got the voting block. You got the majority vote. So if 100,000 people is guaranteed 80,000, they all going to vote for one mayor, for one senator. Now we can get bills passed, a voting block, we're one. And politicians are serpents. It's all about money. They don't care about people. Politicians, especially the Democrats, they sway towards who's got the power in the voting block, right? So that's why they was letting all these the Democrats letting all these illegal aliens and opening the borders and flooding, because they wanted to, if they let them in, then they get an allegiance. So the politicians, you can get elected. Okay? All right? Now, this is the politics that they did. It's very brilliant. Their goal was not to make America good. Their goal wasn't to assimilate into America. Their goal was to come in and take everything they can and build themselves their own and make themselves over everybody. All right? Y'all gonna see it, right? Now, sorry I'm starting so late. We're gonna have to do this again because I got hours of stuff and I end up doing a whole different lesson. And it is what it is, right? So, because I was supposed to, this is what we're supposed to start with. I was supposed to start right with the Trump, with that little first clip at the beginning, right? And then with the Trump little baby, and then right to this. I wasn't supposed to do the thing, and I just started talking about that Black Panther clown. I was supposed to open with this, the Canada thing. And then come right into this. But anyway, let me continue. I'll get as much as I can get, and then I'll have to do another one, right? Well, we live again Friday, so we right back live again. All right, now I ain't got to wait till next Wednesday. So, everybody, this is strategic what they did. Now, I can't say that they were strategically already planned to rob America, but they found loopholes when they got into office and they got in America, because when you come from these third world countries, you live in a survival, get it how you can life. All right? Right? Yes, ISIS folk, yes, you about to see some stuff. All right? All right. And you're going to see why. Because they focus on it because they stole 19 billion. And Elon, the senator, the governor, all of them. And they all getting extradited too. All right? They're getting kicked out of America. All right? And to my brothers and sisters out there in America from other countries who are here illegally, please be careful where you go. Right? Because I think they got Haiti on that list, and they might got other countries. So please be careful. If you're from Haiti and you're here and you're here illegally, you don't got your green card or whatever, be very careful where you go, right? Because ICE got their name and stuff, and they're gonna be trying. So please be moved very wisely. Please be very careful for my righteous brothers and sisters from the countries whose name is on the extradited list. If you don't got your green papers and stuff, please be careful. All right? All right. Now, this right here, I'm showing this because this is the proof. I always bring the receipts because I don't like to speak and it's looking like I'm just speaking on my own accord, or I'm speaking from prejudice, or I'm speaking from, no, I'm speaking, I always show receipts. I try to speak from facts. I try to speak from actual events that took place, right? So I find receipts. So this is a very old receipt, and it's Ilhan when she won the Senate, when they got her elected in the Senate, all the Somalians, right? And this is them doing a celebration. Now they got one of theirs in Congress, so they on their way. And she was the one signing, and they was doing stuff signing off. She made millions too. Everybody, and she about to go to it, but they're not going to put her in jail. They actually kicking them out the country, right? Some people are saying they should go to jail first, and then after she finishes the sentence, kick her out the country. But Orange Juice said I think he just expediting them. But anyway, so this was the speech of her winning with the Somalians. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. Yeah, deported. Thank you. Here we go. Representative Ilham Omar, who has written the name of Somalia with a golden pen. All right? And it's in their language. The interests of Ilhan are not Ilhan's interests. All right? Y'all listen clearly. You know, I'm going to bring you the receipts. The interests of Ilhan are not Ilhan's interests. So what is her interest? Her interest is not the interest of Minnesota. Look at her, she's smiling. This was when this woman won the seat in the Senate. Her interests are not even her own interests. Her interest is not the interest of Minnesota. But you're a senator from Minnesota. That's supposed to be your interest, the people of Minnesota. Nor is it the interest of the American people. You know, Unc, you know what we do at this ministry. You know, well, you know Yah, you know the Father. I don't take credit for nothing. You know our Father, all right? And look how she's looking at him. Y'all know that look, sisters. That's the look of, go ahead, boy, say it with your chest. That's the look of pride of, yeah, that's the look of purity on her face. She like, boy, tell it. So everybody, this right here should get her impeached. I don't know if it's called impeach, but you should lose, you lose your position, because whatever oath you take, I'm guessing senators take an oath, right? This right here is actual receipt that you were lying when you came in. Your interest wasn't the interest of the American people. Your interest wasn't the interest of the Minnesota citizens. Her interest wasn't her own interest for herself. The interest of Ilhan is that of the Somalian people and Somalia. Bingo. That's it. That's all, folks. That's what happened. You don't need, you got to go to the root and the foundation always, because they come late. They say all this stuff and they act all this stuff. The Most High give me the clip from the root, from the foundation. Her interests are the interests of Somalian people and Somalia. But you are an American senator. You're an American. You're supposed to be for the interests of the American people. It's supposed to be your country and the citizens of Minnesota, Somalia, as well as all other nationalities. But that ain't an interest. You hear? This part. Let's go. I wish the orange dude had this clip. I wish I could send this to the orange dude. Like, yo, did you see this? Do y'all got this? Sorry, it's because I don't like traitors. We're at a time, guys, that you don't got to agree, as I'm saying, with everything, the politics, but we're at a time where you have to have what they call that patriotism for where you at. I don't care if you live in Ghana. I don't care if you live in Zimbabwe. I don't care if you live in Australia, if you live in Canada, where if you live, unless you plan on leaving and going to another place that you're going to give loyalty to, because the place that you lay your head is the place that you have to protect for your women and children. These other nations are coming to enslave. They're coming to conquer your land. You understand? So you have to pick. It's the time of pick a side, 10 toes down. And I'm America. This is my land. This is where the Most High scattered my ancestors to. This is what we built. And this is the blood in the ground crying out from the ground. This is ours. This is mine. Facts. And I stand 10 toes down. And I don't care what happened to To me, here, our ancestors, that was our ancestors got themselves cursed, transgressing the Most High. And the prophecy had to play out. But this my country. And I'm America 10 toes down first. It don't mean no disrespect to no Africa, Somalia, or nothing. I ain't from Ghana. I ain't from Nigeria. I'm from none of that. You understand? I don't know where he picked us up from that. If we want to do that, we could go back to Spain and Portugal, right? You could go back, you could be from anywhere over there, right? We know around the region where we, right? But this is generations. The Most High said, I scattered you across the four corners of the planet Earth, and I will gather you from thus whence I scattered you. So he know every strand of hair on our head, every fingerprint on our hand, and he know exactly where he scattered all his chillins, his yaladayams, his children. Facts. And he scattered me here. And it's my land. We built it with blood, sweat, and tears. And I stand 10 toes down. So I'm not a treasonous. I'm America first. I'm not trying to harm nobody or anybody else. You understand? But I have to stand 10 toes down because this is where where I live and the Most High's children that I know and live from. I'm not wishing nothing bad on nobody else either. You understand? I would say if you can get here, get here. That's what I would say at the end. But the Most High know where he scattered you to. So wherever you are, I would say get in righteousness. You don't got to come here. Get in righteousness wherever you are. And you'll be blessed and covered when it's all fall, because it's all going to fall. Right? But if you're in one of these oppressive third worlds, that's why everybody in the world trying to get here. But if you're in a first world country and stuff like Canada and stuff like that, you safe. You can, but be righteous. Be in your righteousness. So because I'm American, which I am. I'm a Hebrew. I'm a Habariya man. I'm a so-called black man. I'm a, that's it. I descend from Abraham. That's what I am. I'm a Habariya man. I descend from Eba, Habariya, Abraham, Shem, Shamayam, right? And I'm a so-called black that they call us. And I'm a New Yorkan. I'm from New York. I'm from Parkside. I mean, you can break it on down. I'm from Hempstead. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from Queens. The places, but really Hempstead, born really the bread was Hempstead. You heard from the projects from Parkside, and these are this was the makeup that made me up, right? But I'm a child of the Most High. All right. Now with that, I just like in my neighborhood. When you live in a neighborhood, you protect the neighborhood, right? You might gather a neighborhood watch. You don't want somebody coming in your neighborhood, you and your neighbors, and he coming in to rob the houses. You see, you will get together to protect the neighborhood, right? Collective neighborhoods. Your country is your neighborhood. So if we got some people that's treasonous, who don't have our neighborhood in their best interest, who's coming and trying to take over our neighborhood and kick us all out of our houses, right? They're trying to rob, they're trying to steal from us and take all, and then buy our houses and kick us out and move their people in, right? So you got an adversary, you got an op in the neighborhood. That's what Somalians did. They didn't come over and assimilate and have respect for the refuge and the safety that America awarded them by allowing them to come here, fleeing from their country who was unaliving them and persecuting them, but they want to act like their country is so powerful and so righteous. But why did y'all have to flee here by the thousands? People have a pride, an unrighteous pride for something that is unrighteous and not grateful to someone that America actually did this. We like to say America's the biggest bad guys on the planet, but they're not. I know now from this geopolitics, they are not the worst on the planet. These other nations did much worse. All right. Now we had the so-called blacks had a lot of bad stuff happen to us here, but that was prophecy. In our script, it said what would happen to us if we did. Moses said, if you do this, you will be blessed. And if you do that, you will be cursed. And he broke down all the curses. All right. So that's it. But what happened after that? We prosper. We are the richest so-called blacks on the earth. And the whole world followed our lead and everything. All right. Now, so there is an enemy. This nation didn't come over these Somalians. They didn't come over. There's probably a remnant, of course. I'm not generalizing. Of course, there's some small amount of them somewhere who wants to assimilate and want to righteous. Yeah, they're the pirates. Shout out to Rohan. They've been pirates, so they came on. It's in their DNA blood. They're the pirates of the earth. They're like Vikings, right? Those were the Vikings of they Cushites. That's Cush. All right. They try to act like they not Yasharal. A small remnant, because Yasharal is scattered across the four corners. A little, but the majority, that's Cush. They Cushite. That's Hamson. Cush is the Cush was the baddest dude. That's Nimrod. No. Cush is nothing to play with. All right. So these are Cushitic, and they don't play. They pirates. They on that seafaring war. That's why they over there. That's why they had to flee, because they over there unaliving one another. They're barbarous. They're like in their genetics. They're very violent and barbarous. They slaughter one. That's why. That's why that movie, what's it called? Black Hawk Down. That's what that movie was. Go watch it. I think it's called Black Hawk Down. It's a good movie, great movie, right? That was them. That was us going to rescue them, the Somali, right? And I think it was Black Hawk. It's one of them, right? So they didn't come over the majority. They came with the intention of piracy, and they did it because that's in their nature. They're very, very warrior-like, barbarous, very ruthless, and very, very violent, very dangerous. Y'all remember my clip on the channel? I was gonna put it. I'm gonna do it next time. The clip on channel where they said they would do to the black people. Those were those Somalis. Remember? It's on this video on this channel. What they said they would do. It was like 2 years ago we did it. All right. Now, you see what she said. You see what he said. Look how she looking at him. Straight admiration, right? Now, her interest is not the American people. Her interest is not the people of Minnesota. Her interest ain't even her own. Her interest is Somalia, Somalian people for Somalia, not for America. Not Somalian people for America. Somalian people for Somalia. Let's continue. The interest of Ilhan is that of Somalian people and Somalia. The success of Ilhan is the success of Somalia. So her making it to the Senate ain't for America. And that carries heavy meaning to us.
The American left's obsession with multiculturalism and virtue signaling has created a situation where a sitting member of the United States Congress is pledging allegiance to a foreign nation and declaring that Minneapolis, a once great American city, is now Somalian territory.
Jacob. Now this is the mayor. He going down. Tim Walz, the governor, going down. Orange dude taking them all down. Take them down. I ain't got nothing to do. I ain't got a dog in the fight, but I'm pro-America because this is my neighborhood. And we're at a time of war. When you're at a time of war, you got to change your mind frame. We're at China, Russia, everybody's taking their positions, right? This is a game of battleship. We playing battleship. They playing battleship on the world stage, geopolitics. This person sold him, Jacob Fry, he sold Minnesotans out because the Somalians came, they built up their numbers. They started telling everybody move here. And so for him to stay mayor, he needed the Somalian vote. So what did he do? He stood up here learning, speaking Somalian. He sold out the Minnesota people. He being indicted too. He got part of that money too. The 19 billion, oh, they all going down. Yeah, I got some fruit. I got some stuff. It's going to come out. We're going to go probably to like 1, because it's kind of Wednesday. So I'm going to go a little longer. I might finish this, and then I'm going to save it for Friday, because I don't even want to get y'all to know where I'm going. It's going down. All right?
Fry.
Now this is the mayor, and look what he's doing. So the narrator said now because they got a senator in there, and now they got her pledging allegiance to Somalia in Congress.
Territory.
Maaga Egawa Jacob Fry, Dolke Magalada, Minneapolis. Damaan, Shaabka Somaliyed, Kayimid, Mogadishu, Garowe, Hargeisa, Bosa.
So why is this mayor of a major American city got to speak another language? Everybody, let me tell y'all something. When you go to the land, you learn the tongue. You give Caesar what's Caesar's. Respect the laws of the land you in. That's how you show respect and allegiance to the country. No, they don't even do this for Spanish. That's why I'm saying, yo, this Somalia stuff is next level. It's a spiritual thing too. Yeah, because that's Kush. Kush got that Tamayah. Kush got that book. What did Kush find up there on this mountain, Mount Ararat? He got that fallen age, and then he had the coat. He had Noah's coat too. Kush got the coat because Ham stole Noah's coat and gave it to Kush, and then he got visited by the fallen angel, the Anunnaki. That's where Nimrod come from. All right? Yeah, they don't do this nowhere. What happened in Minnesota has never happened. That's that Somali. It's spiritual. That's that Kush, spiritual warfare. Now this United States mayor is speaking another language in his country. All you did was lay down. They made him lay down. Yeah, the fallen angel text on the table. That's what Kush picked up. All right? That's Kush descendants. They're very powerful spiritually. This is a principality to make this nation a white. It's like a witchcraft that they put over the Minnesota people.
Dolke Magalada, Minneapolis. Fry. Dolke Magalada, Minneapolis. Damaan, Shaabka Somaliyed, Kayimid, Mogadishu, Garowe, Hargeisa, Bosaso, Edabo, Kismayo, Wahan Rabah, in An Idin Shego. Minneapolis, Wa Magaladina, Wahad Kamid Tihin, Laf Dabarka. Magaladan Ka Digesa.
The left hates American values.
I don't even know what he's saying. I'm in America. I'm like, bro, I'm an American citizen. You a Minneapolis mayor. I don't even know what you said.
Values, American tradition, American history, values, American values. The left hates American values, American tradition, American history so much and believe our destruction is so justified that they are happily aligning with people who publicly boast about their allegiance being to a foreign nation.
A Care 11 investigation into Minnesota's troubled housing stabilization program, already exposed for widespread fraud, now reveals an unexpected connection to candidate and state senator Omar Fattah.
We did discover something raising what a legal expert labels serious ethical concerns. Senator Omar Fattah's wife was a listed owner of a housing stabilization company, even as the senator and current Minneapolis mayoral candidate himself was pushing legislation to fast-track client approvals for the taxpayer-funded program.
Senator Fattah, Senate File 2741.
A bill that will address a critical.
So now, this is their senator, along with Ilham, the lady. He moved from Washington. They got him there. He in the Senate. He's trying to become the mayor from that white dude's job. So the white dude said, I need to learn how to speak. I need to kiss their butt. You see? But that ain't going to work. Because this Kush descendants. That only going to work so they use, and the white dude, he going to jail. Now, they going to jail. Well, they going to get deported, but he going to jail, right? Now, I would have, see, that's why you got to be righteous, bro. I don't get money, the mammon, that white dude's stupid, right? I wouldn't have took that money. I was like, well, you know what? I'm good. I'll just go somewhere else and get a job. Y'all done took over somebody. I would have told the orange dude, I went to the president. Well, you couldn't because Sleepy Joe, the Democrats was in office. So you couldn't, they was allowing it to happen. All right. So now this dude, listen clearly, he made a bill. Everybody, I'm giving y'all the fruit that people don't got. Y'all gonna have the full, by the time we do next year, y'all gonna have so much what people don't got on the internet. The foundation of when the Somalis started the scam that got them to take 19 billion. He pushed a bill across the Senate. That's illegal, all right? His wife was working for LLC, a company that was gonna get the monies. This is early. This before the daycare center scam. This is when they started to figure out in Congress, because now they're in there. He's in Congress, Ilhan's in Congress. Now Kush descendants is figuring out a way that they can steal, a way that they can cite, and even though politicians, white politicians, they ain't seen nothing like this. Why you think Trump said this is the biggest scam since Enron and stuff? Like, he was like, we're gonna need to have a new monetary system to count all this money they took. The political system ain't never seen nothing like. They ain't even come up with this. So he passed the bill. Watch this. They moved him from DC and then elected. So what they do is, listen, guys. So he in DC, he wouldn't have never got to be on the Senate in DC, Somalian refugee. So, or even if he was born here, I think he would. I don't know if he is a refugee or he might be a first generation born here. But anyway, so what they do, they made them all move to Minnesota so they could be collective, so that they can get you into the Senate from all the votes. They're very smart. That's a very smart thing. Blacks could do it, but we two crabs in the barrel. So-called blacks, we'll never stick together. It's just a thing. Talk to the Most High about that one, right? That's why stuff people talk about, they can't, because we will never. It'll never happen, right? But because if we did, we'd have our own nation state and everything. But anyway, let's continue. Let me stay focused. Now, but they're on one accord. That's what they say. They say they're not American, they not black, they Somali. They pro-Somali. They on one accord, right? So now they got him into the Senate, like Ilhan, and he does this.
Program. Approvals for pushing legislation to fast-track client approvals for the taxpayer-funded program.
Senator Fate, Senate File 2741.
A bill that will address a critical delay in access to housing stabilization services, also known as HSS.
It's March 24th, 2025, and Senator Omar Fate is the sole author of a bill he says will speed up access for...
Oh, no, this one's later. This ain't early. This is 2025. Oh, he just did this. Oh, he fresh money. He going to jail. They need to put them in jail first and then send them out of here. Because we would go to jail. If I stole millions, this insider fraud, this is a new. He just did this. I thought this was old. I thought this was the old one. So he just did this. Hold on. So he made a bill for an act related to human services modifying housing stabilization and service authorizations, right? He put the bill on the floor and it passed.
Is the sole author of a bill he says will speed up access for people to be approved for HSS. What was not known at the time was that Senator Fate had an undisclosed tie to the HSS industry. Does this raise any red flags?
It raises lots of red flags.
Political science professor David Schultz has taught ethics for 25 years. He says what raises red flags is that Senator Fate's wife, Keltoum Mohammed, was the founder and owner of Community Development Services, LLC, an HSS company.
This is a situation.
So he passed the bill to fast track money for HSS applicants, while his wife made a website and an LLC, an HSS company, so he could fund the money straight to his wife. I think they got like 1.8 mil. Oh, these people these Somalis, they hit the payday in America. 19 bill. It's and growing. That's just what we found so far. People are estimating they could have took a trill from the American taxpayers, us. Our welfare, our Medicaid, our food, all us. They stole it from the citizen. What did it say at the beginning? She's not for American citizens. She's not for, the biggest hustle ever in this country. Ever, by far. It would make sense that it would be Kush. Now it is. Even the Orange, they're saying it. All right? Yeah, the biggest ever. Everybody listen.
U.S.A, an HSS company.
This is a situation where I think almost anybody schooled in, I don't know, government ethics 101 would know that you can't introduce legislation that benefits yourself.
Tonight, another man charged in the Feeding Our Future meal fraud case. A man federal prosecutors say played a big role in.
Now that's where it started. The Feeding Our Future case. This is the portal that opened up the flood to let them know, the Somali residents of Minnesota, that they can build millions. I know they didn't realize billions up to a trill. I know they had no idea for that, but it just kept growing because then the 2020 lock-in happened and that opened up PPP. And so they found out. So if we say that if we open up an LLC that says we're doing elderly care, then we could get they'll give us $2 million. And they just buy a building, open up the LLC, put a sign on the outside, and then they got the senator. They got 2 people in the Senate. Do you understand? And they got the mayor because he wants their vote. So this is where Frey come in at, Waltz, the governor, all of it. So they realize, and so they just start opening up health, elderly, treating the elderly centers. And then they start making ghost patients, meaning they realize, well, we don't even gotta have an elderly. We could just say we have elderly and open the building. Buy the, license it, put a sign outside. The paperwork gonna go through because we got Ilhan and them in the Senate and the mayor, right? They're gonna sign it. They're gonna give us the money. That's just government funding. They're just gonna give us the millions and we just keep the doors closed and nobody know nothing. Then guess what the other hustle they found out? Oh, it's straight RICO. But they trying to expedite them, but they trying to get the orange dude to lock him up. I say you should lock him up first. Let me not. Let me just leave it to the Most High. I'll take that back. I don't like to say nothing. That ain't my call. Whatever the Most High want to do is his will. So I take that back. But anyway, now what I'm saying is, so check out what they did now. I'm giving y'all the tea. So then they realize as they do it, now they're making millions, right? And as they're making millions, they're starting to share because their goal is to build up their people to become the strongest nation of people in America. They want to kind of take over America. They're pirates. It's in the blood. It's just in the blood. That's why you got to be careful. People tell you that what country you extradite people from, refugees and stuff, because they come over with their spirits and principalities. They come over with their gods. Be careful who you let in your house if you're not equally yoked. America wasn't built for this Cushite. They ain't seen nothing. Luckily, it got exposed before, right? So anyway, guess what they did next? Next, they was like, okay, we got the elderly. And then they was like, they found another loophole. Guess what it was, guys? Autistic children. Autism. They found a great health loophole that we can open up a health facility and get an LLC and say we servicing autistic kids. Autism. Untapped Saudi tape. That was even bigger. That was cashing 2.8 checks. Then the next year, I'm gonna show y'all on Friday. Then the next year, it was 5.8 million. Then the next year, they went for 10 million. Then another one went for 80 million. America would just give, and nobody come to check because they got the Senate and the mayor, so it was nobody checking it. It was just free money coming year after year. And they were shipping the money straight through Ohio Airport and what's the name airport? Minnesota Airport, straight into Africa. Everybody listen. Crazy. Oh yeah, they made the Nigerians look crazy. Everybody, that scam, they just killed the game. So, oh, I got another one. They realized what you call it, and I'm gonna show it. They got everything I'm telling y'all, I got the receipts. The autism scam. Oh, they ran that raggedy. It was like kind of the government, the health, human services department, whatever they call that, couldn't say no to these things. They had the budget for it. That's what it was for. So it was like applying for, all you had to do was have to apply and know the right people, and they had the Congress. They got their people in there. So it's, so they started all opening up autistic health care stuff. Then they came up with, but what if we open up a child care center? Yeah. So we can open up a child care center and we ain't never got to have no children. All we got to do is do the paperwork, and they give in about 1.5 to 2 million a year for the child care centers. So they all just start opening up. It was like 2,000 child care centers in like a 3-block radius, and none of them doors was open. All of them empty. And the presidents of Minnesota, like, I've never seen a person walk in and out of this. I've never seen a child, not one child, ever go in and out of these doors. People live across the street. And they had no idea that the government was giving them $2 million a year. And all of them was getting it. They was just milking. They milked it for over 19 billion before they just got caught. And this one that I'm about to show you was the first one that opened up the floodgates. The one that they really realized how big they can take it. And a white girl started it. Right? And that was it. This one. It's called
Benefits yourself.
Tonight, another man charged in the Feeding Our Future meal fraud.
Feeding Our Future was the big one. The first one. Feeding Our Future. That started it all.
Case. A man federal prosecutors say played a big role in funneling millions of dollars in taxpayer money out of the country. Lou Raguse has a look at the brand new charges today.
The 74th person to be charged in the $300 million Feeding Our Future meal.
They got 300 million, bro. Now, everybody listen. These were Somalian refugees coming over poor from their country. Do y'all not know they all driving Lamborghinis, G-Wagons, Ferraris, living, everybody listen clearly. They had all the millions and they were all still on welfare. Their milking, their stealing was on another level, which is stupid because it was leaving such a trail, but they were so arrogant in their stuff, right? I would have, in my sin, I would have got enough of that and bounced. I'd have been out of here. I'd have got my millions like, because y'all gonna get caught. I don't know what, it's just I'm not going down with this shit. I'd have got my millions and been out when I was in my sin. I was never that stupid, right? So they was riding around but still getting food stamps, still getting Medicaid, but they had all type of Benzes and BMs and they flossing on TikTok and stuff. We got the best cars and right? And they was talking crap about Black Americans too. They said we came over here and within 10 years we're all millionaires. Black America's just lazy. We ain't black. They was dissing us, right? But not saying they stole it. All right, let's continue. Yeah, this is gonna be my last clip, and then I'm gonna do Friday because I got some stuff. to
Brand
show
new
y'all.
charges today.
The 74th person to be charged in the $300 million Feeding Our Future meal fraud case, Ahmed Naji Sheikh, is the brother of one of the most notorious defendants, Abdi Aziz Farah, who was recently sentenced to 28 years in prison. Farah was convicted with a group of others of stealing $50 million of taxpayer money. Now his brother...
He got 50 mil to himself. Oh, bro. Crazy work. All right? And I think it was 80 of them convicted, 77 were Somali. The one white girl who started it, that was her name. I got her name down here. Her name is Amy Bach. Amy Bach. Y'all gonna find that out. I got a lot of stuff coming. It was supposed to come out tonight, but it's okay. All right? We'll to be continued. Right? Now, this the first big one. Now they all went down, right? But this opened the floodgates, right? And I think this was back in 2018. This was before the 2020 lock-in. By the time the 2020 lock-in came, so when certain little blacks was doing their little PPP loans and stuff, when people was trying, I ain't do none of that. People was trying to do their scams. The Somalis was getting millions. They was working the daycare and the elderly and the autism and the fake transportation companies. So everything that they would open a business, but they would never do the business. And so they would get the money, and then from them being a refugee, they got other grants, they got other free money that they would get because they were refugees. And then they would still get food stamps, still get Section 8, still get all the... Wow, bro. All right, listen.
Taxpayer money. Now his brother, with a group of others, up to 28 years in prison. Farah, who was the brother of one of the most notorious defendants, Abdi Aziz Farah, who was recently sentenced to 28 years in prison. Farah was convicted with a group of others of stealing $50 million of taxpayer money. Now his brother Sheikh is accused of helping him launder that money.
Now, in any normal country, this would cause a major backlash from the native population. But liberals actually want this. This is the greatest form of social justice. And anyone else who dares to speak out against programs getting robbed that are meant to feed hungry children are silenced and called bigots and racist and intolerant. And when you understand the entire game plan, it starts to make sense. Did you guys know that 25% of Somalia's GDP comes from remittance, money being sent from the United States to Somalia? So
now, the Kingdom of Somalia, the country in East Africa, 25% of their gross income, financial income for their country comes from America. They were shipping the millions back to Somalia.
the strategy is to steal money.
Stealing money from us and send it. And what did he say to Ilhan? Her allegiance is to who? Somalia people and Somalia. Not so they stole from America and sent it back to the place where they escaped from. We rescued you. We allowed you sanctuary. This was called a sanctuary city, everybody. The Democrats did this stuff. They built them a sanctuary city in Minnesota and gave them all type of resources, free health, free everything, set them up for them to just rob America blind and send the money back to the country which you fled from. It's just crazy work. Some cush stuff. Where's your gratefulness? What kind of wicked stuff is that? Wouldn't you be thankful for the opportunity and at least put the money back into the American, right? If you're gonna steal 1.9 billion, at least spend it back into the economy, right? Do something for the country who actually gave you. No, they stole it and sent it back to the country who they fled from. And talk crap about America.
United States to Somalia. From the United being sent from comes from remittance of Somalia. That 25% of Somalia's GDP comes from remittance, money being sent from the United States to Somalia. So the strategy is to steal money from the American taxpayer, give Somali residents free housing, free food, free school, free healthcare. Give them such a comfortable lifestyle that they can afford to have 4 or 5 children, while the native-born population struggles to have 1, 2 if they're lucky. And then as their population outgrows the native population, they have more political power. And then
So that's what happened. America let them come over, gave them free everything, sanctuary city, and they population, they was having about 5 kids a person, while we couldn't get anything. We can't afford, free everything, because they were, it's a sanctuary city. They were refugees, right? Like they did the, what's them people that just came over and they gave them all that stuff in New York City and put them up in hotels and gave them $10,000 a month and stuff like, in the food stamps. They did it in the other place too, where they said the Haitians was eating cats, that place too, right? So that's the Biden in them. That's the not the Ukrainians. Yeah, it was, they did the Ukrainians too, but it's these other people in New York too, but they did the Ukrainians too. Yeah. The Ukrainians, they gave them all them billions of stuff. But anyway, so they what's the name? Not the South Africa, not in New York. I'm thinking it's a Hispanic, it's like a Central American, because they started forming gangs in New York. They started robbing. They was robbing everybody. I remember this story. It was like a year ago, about 8 months ago or whatever. Central American. But anyway, so that was the Democrats, but they was doing this stuff for the voting bloc, right? So they didn't care. These Democrats didn't care about the country. That's why Bush, they was opening the borders, and Kamala and all that. That's why the orange dude, that's why they I don't do politics, but I do reality, right? That's why I'm like, I don't do politics at all, but I do reality. I'm like, bro, we America, and then everything was given, they was given everything to the, what they call them when you come in, not transplants, when you come in to the country, they was given sorry, my brain freeze. And we couldn't even get food stamps, right? We couldn't get Section 8, no housing. We could get nothing. The people here, we homeless in the street, and they refugees. Yeah, that's not the word I'm looking for. But it'll come. But anyway, so they were given, and they was doing it because as they bring the Democrats, they bring them in, the loyalty they get for the vote for them. But the orange dude, and they was like, we stopping all this. Like we got to stop this. Otherwise, our country is going to become a third world. Our country is going to fail. We got to take care of our citizens first. They was taking care of everybody else who transplant here first before us. If we're going to be a benevolent country and help others, you still got to take care of yourself first too, right? Y'all bless the child. You got to take care of yourself so that you can take care of others. All right. So, yeah, they definitely ain't taking care of us. Reparations is a wrap. I'm talking about just taking care of us regular citizens, not having to be homeless and we can't get nothing here. They definitely ain't giving us no reparations. But so anyway, it was and that's why they had to kind of close the borders. Oh, he's trying. He said we're gonna get that back. He always said, I'm getting that back somehow. So
or political power and outgrows the native population. 2 if they're lucky.
And so that's what they did. So as the Somalians came, remember they've been here. They had generations now. I think they came in 1993, right? So it's 2025, 6. So now they got generation, and they was having 5 kids averaging. So, and then the more kept coming, so their numbers, so their voting block
And then as their population outgrows the native population, they have more political power. And then they can enact legislation that exclusively benefits Somali people. And the money that's not exclusively for them, they can just steal it through fraud. And the more money they get, the more they send back to Somalia because that is their goal. You heard the guy say it at the Ilhan Omar rally. But speaking of Ilhan Omar, someone who openly hates America and declares her allegiance for a foreign country, here she is going to a church and berating a bunch of white people.
I do believe those of you who are interested in rewriting this hateful man's history are full of shit.
Thank you. And they got potty mouths. So she said in church that I believe all of y'all who believe this stuff are full of, and she said S-H-I-T. Yeah, she got a potty mouth. She be cussing and stuff. I'm like, what kind of politician is this? Like, they is some.
This hateful man's history are full of shit.
Thank you.
It is despicable that church would allow her to do that. And what's up with white liberals loving foreigners, telling them how evil they are for caring about their country? Ilhan Omar knows that their plan has succeeded. They have successfully beat the residents of Minnesota into ideological submission. Minnesotans, I guess, have just adopted the belief that their sole purpose in life is to serve the interests of Somalia.
Yep, it was Venezuela, the Venezuelans. All right. Now, I really want to do this other one, but nah, I gotta wait because it's some good stuff. Once I open up this rabbit hole, it takes off. Let me see. Nah, because if I do one, I gotta do them all because I got them set. It's a timeline. They go piece by piece. It's a walking down. Yeah, so I can't open it up. Because once I open it up, I ain't gonna stop the timeline. All right, so yeah, and it's 1:30 and it's Wednesday. So all right, we're gonna have to continue on Friday. Praise the Most High. At least we got a good laugh. We had a good laugh. Yeah, I'm trying to look to see if I can do one quick one, but now each of these open up. They open up to the next, and I don't want to open up no worms. Because I got some stuff to show y'all. We got some things, boy. Some sposing to do. Yeah. And they ain't black. I can show this real quick. We're going to close out with this. Copyright disclaimers in effect. For educational purposes only. We own rights to the video. This is how they feel.
I'm not black, fam. Man, Somali, bro. You get me, blood? We're not no fucking black people, bro.
Somalis are not black. Let me explain why. Looking at me right now, chat, am I black? I'm literally brown. I'm literally brown.
I don't care if I'm the first person to say this, but us Somalis are not black.
You heard? So they're not playing.
I'm not black, fam. Man, Somali, bro. You get me, blood? We're not no fucking black people, bro.
Somalis are not black. Let me explain why. Looking at me right now, chat, am I black? I'm literally brown. I'm literally brown.
First of all, idiot Jews, I'm literally brown too. But I understand, right? I know what they're doing, but
I don't care if I'm the first person to say this, but us Somalis are not black.
Imagine you're standing in line at an airport in London.
all right, so we're gonna save this. I don't even want to get in because we about to go in. I got some stuff. I got something for y'all. I got something for y'all. You know, and I sat up all night and day doing this, not to show none of it. That is crazy work. That is not okay, but it is what it is, right? So, let's show this. I could close with this one. Let me do one. I'm gonna do the $750 million. Let me do one. Watch this, because it's not. I don't think it's that long. $750 million that they was going out of they was shipping money out of America. 500,000, 2 million, 1 million in a suitcase, cash, everybody. Cash. You think if I'm lying, I'm flying. Cash. Let me see which one I'm going to show. Let me show. I want to show one. Right? Let me see. I want to show. Nope, not that one. That's going to give away too much. Let me find one. Let me show y'all. You think I'm playing? These fools were shipping millions out in suitcases. Right? Yeah, let me do her. Let me show y'all. This is how much money they was making. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactional purposes only, educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video, we're reacting. Millions of dollars in suitcases fly out of Minnesota airport. Oh no, they checked it. They open it up. You have to claim it. So they go there and they say to TSA, oh, I have $2 million in this suitcase. And they open it up. And because they got the Democrats, they got this position. They had this principality. Well, it was Kush. They had the tablets from the fallen angel. They had the tablets from the Anunnaki, that Kush. So whatever they had, the way they had it with their government, with Waltz and Frey, and then their senators, they had it with a TSA. So watch this. Copyright disclaimers. Millions of dollars in suitcases fly out of Minnesota.
Official report of it. And
that is Missouri.
And now finally there's a federal probe into it today.
For 5 months, we've been investigating what appears to be rampant fraud in a massive state program. A fraud suspected of costing Minnesota taxpayers as much as $100 million a year. Our reporting is based on public records and nearly a dozen government sources who have direct knowledge of what's happening. These sources have a deep fear, and there's evidence to support their concerns that some of that public money is ending up in the hands of terrorists. We begin at Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport.
This started in Minneapolis in 2018 was when they started funneling the money. Suitcases filled with money. This Fox 9 learned that the cloak and dagger scenarios now happen almost every week at Minneapolis Airport. The money is usually headed to the Middle East, Dubai, and points beyond. Sources said in the last year alone, more than $100 million in cash left the airport in carry-on luggage. The national go-to expert, we were interested in what was going on. They were tracked because you can leave with that kind of cash as long as you declare it. Not that I ever have, but legally you can carry the cash. You know, in 2015, investigators documented $14 million in carry-on cash. By 2016, it had mushroomed to $84 million.
So look how far back this is going. Way before the 2020. They got filthy rich. $11 million carrying on suitcases. Every week they was going to Africa, leaving, right? And taking these suitcases full of money. But if we did, they said we running drugs and stuff. This is crazy. Boy, this principality that they had open, it ballooned to 80 million.
Cash. You know, in 2015, investigators documented $14 million in carry-on cash. By 2016, it had mushroomed to $84 million. Then last year, $700 million. And now this was back in 2018. Now it's as much.
2018, 700 million. Further up, when it got to 2020, $1 billion. All of our money, every taxpaying American citizen, all of our money, all of our reparations. That's the black people like, these fools came. Kush came here and stole Shim's reparations. See, for those who know the Safari Yard, this should hit all different. Kush was the one that came and built Nimrod. Kush came and took Shim's land. Arphaxad got the Levant region. Kush came down from Mount Ararat and took it. That was Nimrod descendants. You understand? Kush, that's what all these Kushites, Canaanite, Ham, all this stuff. It's like Ham's descendants. This is nothing to play with. Kush then came here and stole again. This is crazy. This is real crazy. Yeah, that's how you bankrupt a country. And then everybody, now y'all understand the debt clock? You know how everybody like how we keep getting in so much debt. We being siphoned and drained. Like they was draining. That's why the orange dude said he gonna drain the pond. All right? He said Kush took India too. And they took Africa too. They went into, I don't want to give it away. I got to save it. Friday is going down. Y'all going to learn some things on Friday. I don't want to give away. No, I don't want to give away nothing. All right? All right, let's continue.
700 million. And now this was back in 2018. Now it's as much as $750 million. Former TSA agent says that she saw Somali men fly out of Minnesota with suitcases filled with cash, $1 billion over 5 years. They also once had a suitcase filled with brand new passports. They were always waved through.
Now, everybody listen. How, money's one thing. How could they come through Somali men from Minnesota with a suitcase full of brand new passports and TSA waved them through? Ain't that's insider. That's Waltz. They got the government. Minnesota was crooked. Minnesota was little Mogadishu. That's what the mayor, white mayor started calling it. They call it little Mogadishu. And Mogadishu was the city that's being bombed now. That's where they fled from.
Suitcases filled with cash, $1 billion over 5 years. They also once had a suitcase filled with brand new passports. They were always waved through, probably because they had TSA on the payroll.
Suitcases filled with millions of dollars of cash. And the couriers were always Somali men traveling in pairs. And they got through the checkpoint. It just really absolutely blew my mind the first time you open a suitcase and you see millions of dollars of cash. And typically what would happen is a Leo or a law enforcement officer would come, check their credentials. I don't know what kind of questions they asked them, but their IDs were always documented, and probably their plane tickets as well. So
what happened was the TSA police would come and check their credentials, and you know what their credentials was? From the governor, from the senator. That's the top of the head. Only thing higher than that is the attorney general and the president and stuff. You know what I mean? So the TSA like, oh, this is government. For years, billions. Oh, Kush did a thing. Them Somalis did a thing. They put themselves up there in that Senate. They got themselves in there in that Congress.
They asked them, but their enforcement officer would come, check their credentials. I don't know what kind of questions they asked them, but their IDs were always documented, and probably their plane tickets as well. So there is a trail of that out there. And I would believe with all the cameras at the airport that if they started there, they could probably find each and every individual that brought money through the checkpoint.
Obviously, this seems suspicious, if not alarming, given what seems to be a pattern here. So you're talking about millions of dollars flying out of Minneapolis, and you think it happened about every week or so? Is that right?
So it certainly seemed like it happened every week. The suitcases came in, and it was always, the MO was always two Somalian men traveling in pairs.
Nobody thought, where are they getting all this cash?
Yeah, she's still in Congress right now, but the orange dude, they trying to lock her up now. They trying to deport her. All of them are still in. So Waltz is still the governor. Frey is still the mayor. The other little dude they all still in it. And I'm about to show y'all some stuff. Don't even worry about it. I'm about to show y'all. It was going to come out tonight, but I got some stuff for y'all, right? So yeah, they still in there.
Gosh,
they stupid. She should flee with all that. They should be running.
Here's a message from TSA back in December. A guy comes through TSA Phoenix with over $350K in cash. He had a Minnesota driver's license, had paperwork for customs in Dubai. and allegedly had paperwork saying he's a courier. While my supervisor left the private screening room, he told me openly that families in Minneapolis are sending loads of cash back home to Sudan and Somalia, and it gets distributed in Dubai somehow. I talked to my supervisor after he cleared him for travel and said he comes in once a week or every 10 days with no less than $250,000 in cash. And I think they've seen about $1.6 million. This is everywhere, and it is absolutely crazy. Here's another $1 million. There are smaller couriers who come to the airport almost daily with $1 million in cash in their luggage. They're moving $350 million a year. And how would this be transferred around the world? Well, it goes in.
They was coming through there daily with $1 million. I'm going to save that. Let me do this. Let's close with this. Because I want to give y'all this. Ilhan, the little lady, she went from saying, watch this, copyright disclaimers are in effect. Watch this. For educational purposes only, we don't own rights to the video. For reactionary purposes only. Ilhan, the lady, watch this.
And we begin with a breaking update concerning the staggering increase in net worth of Representative Ilhan Omar, whose personal fortune has coincidentally managed to skyrocket while an alleged multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme was picking up steam and right under her nose. Investigators are now probing just about everything having to do with the Somalia-born lawmaker, including the financial backing behind her current husband's.
So this is what they're doing right now, Tamaya. Trump is investigating her and her husband. This is her third husband now. This is the little lady who said Somalia first. They was all, Waltz, all of them, they all going to jail. They going down. It's going down. She's supposed, now the worst thing, because the orange dude said, he said worse than me locking you up in an American jail would be to send them back to Mogadishu, right? Send them back. But I'll just leave it to the Most High. All right, watch this.
Probing just about everything having to do with the Somalia-born lawmaker, including the financial backing behind her current husband's venture capital firm, which she claims has a net worth now of as much as $25 million. In her most recent financial disclosure statements, Omar says that in just 1 year, the organization, which she launched with her husband back in 2022, rose from being nearly worthless to its current astronomical value. A number of people are now extremely curious as to how and why that company became worth so much, and virtually overnight. And apparently Omar and her third husband, Tim.
Y'all listen clearly. She started this company, LLC, with this dude, third husband. Right? 2023, they reported that they only had $1,000. 1,000, I think it's 1,000. I got the other receipt. The next year, it was worth 25 million. Everybody watch this. She's done for. She's done. You can't explain.
Virtually overnight. And apparently Omar company became worth so much. And virtually overnight. And apparently Omar and her third husband, Tim Minette, they are well aware of that fact also. According to reports, as the Minnesota fraud scandal recently grew to include more and more members of the local Somali community, the pair decided to overhaul their company website and remove all of the names of the bios of all the organization's key officers, their advisors as well.
So once it started getting exposed, that all of the Somali daycare centers started getting exposed, her and her husband took their website down and took all the officers' names. They're trying to clear it up.
Well, gosh, I'm thinking out loud, but I hope they're not trying to hide anything. Now, digging a bit deeper, it's what we do. We dig. It seems that many of those individuals whose names were removed are directly related to the Democratic Party. They include a number of financial gurus who worked at the highest levels for the Democratic National Committee, our pals at the DNC, as well as a couple of former ambassadors who served during the Obama administration. Furthermore, Omar and her husband are also partners.
Yo, Trump gonna have a field day with this. And I got something coming about the Epstein stuff. It was going to come out tonight, but we're going to do it Friday. Oh, I'm tying it all up. Yeah, y'all know what we do. The Most High bring it all out, right? I'm going to close with this because time of y'all brought it up. I want to give y'all some up to date, right? Now, Well, all this is new. All this is up to date. But now, this is right now. Now, so she took all the people's name because it was all people from the DNC, Democratic National Convention, all type of politicians. So she tried to they try to wipe the website. She reported, and I'm gonna show you how the clip on Friday, where she said, I only make 147,000. I think she make 140,000 as a senator. And she said, that's all I got. And her husband, his business he started, it was only $1,000, something like, I don't even think it was 10,000. I think it was 1,000, right? And within 1 year, his business went to 25 million and they did, and it was here it go. It was another thing. There was no employees. It was a whole nother. So the building was a sharing cubicle. I mean, where they did the registry, and they did no work. So it went from $1,000 to 25 million in 1 year, and they did nothing. They did no work. All right. Yeah. So ICE is down. It's going to come out Friday. You'll see. You'll have the fullness. What's really going on
during the Obama administration. Furthermore, Omar and her husband are also partners in a highly questionable wine company that's been sued in the past for fraud and whose value also recently went through the roof. On her congressional form, she claims that in 2023, that company was worth less than $50,000. And follow this math, she now pegs its value at nearly $5 million.
So now they mysteriously got another wine company that it was worth 50,000. They valued it at, and then now it's worth 5 million. And they ain't selling nobody wine either.
On her congressional form, she claims that it went through the roof and whose highly questionable wine. Her husband are also partners in a highly questionable wine company that's been sued in the past for fraud and whose value also recently went through the roof. On her congressional form, she claims that in 2023, that company was worth less than $50,000. And follow this math, she now pegs its value at nearly $5 million, despite no evidence that it's engaging in any kind of business at all. Now, that's worth kind of whining about for a bit. Even more suspicious.
So they got no proof and no sales, nobody buying no wine or nothing. And now it's worth 5 million.
Neither of her husband's companies has a fixed permanent address, with each claiming that their offices are located at a widely used community workspace. Well, that doesn't sound too.
So they're using WeWork. They got no literal $25 million company, a $5 million company. They got no address. They selling a WeWork cubicle stuff, workspace.
Meaning that their offices are located at a widely used community workspace. Well, that doesn't sound too suspicious. Additionally, their wine company apparently doesn't even sell wine anymore. According to one report, the organization's website link is broken, the phone number's been disconnected, and the company hasn't posted to social media for years.
They only got 2,000 followers. They ain't post for years. They got no warehouse. The phone is broke. The website link is down, and it's worth $5. So she laundering. This is crazy, boy. She's stupid. I would make it a run for it. I would be out of there. People be stupid. They better do a Russell Simmons. Somebody that told them wrong. They better call Russell Simmons and ask Russell Simmons, yo, Russ, come get me out of here. They stupid. They just waiting around.
According to one report, the organization's website link is broken, the phone number's been disconnected, and the company hasn't posted to social media for years. You got to kind of wonder what's in that wine. Omar has been keeping oddly quiet about all those recent developments. In the meantime, she continues to be linked directly to a number of convicted Somali fraudsters, including several who donated thousands of dollars to her campaign, all of which she claims that she has returned. Final thought, and this is the News Roundup Lowdown. Disclaimer, you may not like what I'm about to say, but hunker down, America. Nobody else is going to say it, so I'll be the first. Get off her back. Here's the deal, and hear me out. Over the past several weeks, this Ilhan Omar person, and I like her. I think she has a very welcoming smile. Look at that pretty smile. She's been dominating the headlines, and tons of folks have been suggesting that she's not exactly on the up and up. So, people have written to us kind of complaining about the Congresswoman, the exorbitant amount of fraud which occurred in her district, Minnesota's fabulous 5th, and the dozens of people who've been convicted for a variety of crimes related to fraud in her state. Now, over the weekend, I corresponded with tons of folks on this channel who were telling me that what she's done financially by going from zero to hero, absolutely impossible. And I take exception to that. Instead of vilifying the esteemed representative, we should all be patting her on the back for being creative, hardworking, and walking, talking proof that anybody in our great country can get rich quick if you know what you're doing. Perhaps instead of complaining about her, you'll do what I did, and that's buy a brand new book, which is almost guaranteed to help you get filthy rich and pretty darn quick. The name of that new book is called How to Snag $30 Million Almost Overnight on a Government Employee Salary for Dummies.
These sarcastic dudes are hilarious.
Yeah, it's a fantastic book, a real page turner, and a real quick read. Fraud? Yeah, that's what the cynics are saying, but I say buy the book, make a quick buck, and live happily ever after.
All right, so we're gonna close with that because I got a lot. I got the tea. It would have came out tonight, but it was this was our intro. Right? I just want to do that because Tommy y'all asked about it. So right now, Tommy y'all, she being investigated. It's going down. Orange dude is going after them, and they screwed. They should be running. Honestly, I would be out of here. Wherever they shipping that money to, I would be gone. Right? Because they waiting around. They're gonna be screwed. Right? So they thinking. So I think they just trying to wait to be expedited because they saying the orange dude trying to get them kicked out of the country. But yeah, so this gonna be all right. So Friday gonna be crazy work because I got a lot. So praise the Most High. All right, stop share and window and share. This has been Canada, Somalia, and China versus the USA. Now my title makes sense, right? Now it makes sense. I mean, they're like Somalia. So now we know what Canada's doing. What they messing with China, I don't know what they doing. Hopefully they doing the Donna Briggs smoke screen. They really on our side. And Somalia is at war, chaos, and the invasion part of my title, we got invaded by Kush. The Somalians invaded America and stole all our money. They took all our money, right? So, yeah, that's what they should have left. You're right. When Trump got elected, and that's why she's so against Trump, right? That's when she should have, you're right about that. That's when they should have bounced. When Trump got elected, they should have grabbed their millions and been out of there. They waited way too long, all right? Now, and that's that. I got some stuff that's coming on Friday. Y'all gonna love. I got some tea with tea time on Friday. Y'all gonna get your snacks. Get ready for the tea. This is my other thumbnail. Hold on. This is my other one. Canada versus USA. But so this just turned ugly. I'll use that one. All right. Canada, Somalia, and China versus the USA war. I had an outro, but it's all good. I'll save it for Friday. All right. Hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself with the little comedy skit, with the little funny thing. Right? With little baby Trump. That baby Trump thing was crazy work. Right? All right. May the Most High bless you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for assisting me tonight. Thank you, Tamaya, for your presence and covering. Thank you, Young Yasha, for your presence and covering. Thank you to the ministry for welcoming any new people, showing them love. Thank you for joining me to doing the work of the Most High and for your covering. And thank you for everybody out there, our extended family all over the world who watch our videos. Friday gonna be turned up because this was gonna be crazy, but I end up doing something else at the beginning. The Most High cooked. So it is what it is. Let my Father's will be done over mine. All right. So we'll see y'all on Friday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9 p.m. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the light in this darkness as we expose the truth and reality of what's going on. And everything ties to Scripture. Everything is Scripture. We live in a prophetic time of these kingdoms with they principalities getting their positions on the chessboard. Hopefully the Canadian Prime Minister is playing chess and just fooling China to make them think he's going to be an ally and side against America, because that is not going to end well for him. That is a bad move. That is a bad move, bro. And shout out to the Canadians. May y'all stay in your righteousness, and no matter what that foolish Prime Minister do, the Most High will cover y'all. All right? Because it's going to be going. Y'all may look forward to an invasion. If that's true, I can apologize on behalf of America right now, because they coming. They coming, and it will be, I would rather the Prime Minister do it the right way. You don't want to be lay down, get down, so you don't got to lay down, right? You don't want to be diddied, right? All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Peace and blessings to y'all from the house of the Most High. Shalom, everybody worldwide. We'll see y'all on Friday. Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our video, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds secures